Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit.
Let's decrease that on the speaker at this that on and I do that there is a lie that on the get on don't there at I did Mr. Elias it isn't that we live that on the Titanic a white horse and that's on no they get a lot of Mr. Elias isn't that on Emma in there die Yukon go as that hono hodo hani emal einli hode deputy chief einli hode and I did hanisen that all krogo emal lesinli Yukon was shield einli hode and I did Northwest Territories and go sin hode Mr. Elias and these are the wohun hode and the Yukon go to Northwest Territories or wohun zunli hode and I decent don't want the once D and I decent that and I did what I thought and I decent that one is that and I did what I thought that and I did hockey in one is in there. And I did what I thought must see that I could not did it against you could dig a lot down there. And I do minister statement. Minister responsible for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker isn't that thought I did at I thought you what the geoscience it did. I eat a lot at the honey and I did what I see has go a lot get down there. Honey, tea what I do and I did what I did quick a ho the little what I did now, then it isn't care. And I did what I don't lot de gets on sin there. And I did what 2019-22 honey and that's on that and the Mr. Speaker isn't that professional engineers it isn't that infrastructure lot that at a deal and the engineer and it's a did set at a hotel like it down there and the hotel like it da goshes like at you as a hood desert and I did what I know the chicken done at a date on hotel done in the case and that's and I did that on February 27 mark 600 watt and wasn't that on that there and dig it sound and I did hook as and John Nezzy the Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure that Disney Hanis has on get that the geoscience and professional engineer lesson. And I do that legislation saying and I did and I do that honey and the honeys and that's all give us that's all I like it that I get yes that's all and I did the professionals that I can tell me that Mr. Speaker did that's all and I yet in the 2020 manual and I did what that's all and I did 2019 2009 is I again it's on no hold on asidana get goed asidana get ha in le honde anta di de anta zo de anta di climate change hod di ho anta de anta zo asi zo white das anta zo de di hod asi climate change a hod in wo ke zai zo din te hod zo nisin go ho a zo nisin go on sin ga at di hod anta di hod zo anta di de anta zo anta di de anta zo sin de anta zo de anta di go a hod zo anta zo sin da zo nisin go ha te di anta di hod zo owners in le khosin ya go ti chin asita te go ta ho on sin ha honde anta di hod zo JWT sin de anta zo hod zo ni se ga tlo infrastructure lagi desin deka wo shek ga hazon ha a mota private sector age anta di hod zo Yatıì nege honten dedi anta di de anta zo de anta Mr. Speaker na diet equation the Northwest Territory in nation so did zege go engineer geoscience professional to decent that anta decent that his anta do hooking on anta di hot that and I must see, Mr. Speaker, must see Minister Statement and the yes, Mr. Speaker, that did zig isn't that the Northwest Territories go out the fire marshals in this and that the and that the emergency hui laho on the same code can get there when then daddy and that go off with that Mr. Speaker isn't that fire service in Northwest Territories hasn't had it go out when they say di hot kongi on so asin ta ton la go di on anta di hot ya ni hot da at asi klon ha disin la we di ne le hot den da zon hot masi sin wa hot da ni klon se hot den di volunteer firefighters in lin de sin da gat go ti go kin ga mi te ko hin le a khat on ha got ko it's on the di hot don sen hat et ko and da di hot on go ke ko de sin da ne ko what da hat da and da di hot and da di hot and di hot on go ke ko da hat hot chi ne sin hat tla was go ne hu ge a honde and I did acknowledging at a layout hot ended. And I thought and I did what I thought the question going to see but I did have nissen to a clock hold on since that on. Hannissen that se got hold on firefighter gindling the scene. Hanniagi Honzon with the hot small that I see guilt out there. And I did what I thought. And I did what Northwest Territory Fire Service, it's all community fire protection. And Mr. Speaker did think instant that did what I thought, the volunteer at instant that and I do 2020 since the 5-year service. I don't Mr. Barry Dornhart, David Bernhardt, isn't that you want on the and in using the Mr. Bernhardt saying, I see you want on and the Dion Hood had and in you that this had fire department go line down the Mr. Bennett since that so in you has down in the 1960 the contract in fire department 1980 and I do what I firefighter in Leon, Lieutenant Captain, Deputy Fire Chief 2019, and I did what I don't see what what ended. And I did what I don't since I conduct firefighter in Leon. Today, Mr. Bernhardt, since I don't like a lot down there. And I did what I don't. Running the was ain't la don't I in the now wasn't that don't I did on there. And I did what I don't. And I did what I don't. And I didn't see that on more a year what I don't a finny one, hot chinny one. And I did don't know who it is not a safety. You ask and I see has on what lesson you want. Mr. And Mr. Bernhardt at a retired there, he gets only. And I did what I don't, I die instant one is on the fire Bernhardt at decent. And I did what I don't need donate. What shall I the Damasi, which in Juan, the congratulations with the year 2020 NWT Fire Service Merit Award on the and I may have some firefighter again, listen, Masi guess, yeah, and they want what she said down, the Masi. Member statement. Member for Mufi. Mr. Speaker,
na huion da onta sa konta kia chi ko ta da fonde na tsanta da sa go gin de onde da ne zon ke le de go ne a khong sala na ke de son khuchi le gi ne a ti na da don tsang ga de onde sa konta da na ke da sa ge ki onde da no ha za tla khwane go onle da tsanta da sa ge ki onde so I kia chi ke go de se onde since ya ti ni lo de. As Mr. Speaker, the member statement I say on that, okay, Mr. Speaker, I want.
And Mr. Speaker, did the case that and I deal with that and I deal with that and I deal with that toilets. I always seen what in there. And I deal with that Northwest Territory, see that highway number 3, see that so honey, ya what on there, what la on Niziale. And I don't see that highway number 3, so back a good better called walk out Taha, Nissan, so call on Niziale, what in there, the track on the show. And I deal with that gas station, so what only, so cause only, not the case on. Highway 3 isn't Kelly Washi, we left then there, Mr. Speaker. And I deal with that Kelly, isn't the best seat to her, no day, and I didn't so nice yet, I didn't so zege, and I didn't so corner, tried in there. Motaha, tried with that, the best in that saw was on Kelly. And I thought, and the public washroom, they had go clean, and his hand its own, so corner tried. And I deal with that, and the decent that. And that's a whole line is now the Mr. Speaker. And I deal with that the Oda, what I don't go get there with the Oda, the Konda, Sakha, so Incle Hood there, Incle that honey, the care that honey, Hotilini, I walk with you out, and the Mr. Conta target there, any one that's a cause you won't alone. And then deal with that on the Tiaho, and the next year, Incle will lay the Saint. Mr. Speaker, he had so high in the phone and the Murphy, member for Murphy, member statement, a member for Haverhill South. Murphy, Mr. Speaker, that
access to fresh and reasonably priced products in the Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, the government, asi shehane now was it 2017 ke line dine le hote e da di wata de da hane now was it line da hote e yi here said that it's an ne ka jan kotaya galasi do hani now what ke lagi de ha it's a that's a din le hote Mr. Speaker, the territorial government hatlod desi konta Mr. Speaker, Riverside Grower hatlon som bagyon jahode 107,000 Choice Food North 180,000 som bagyon jahode di hani se da zon hani lahi da zon asiyat ishe hani se da gira wata ada hani wika la gedda ha gi wonde jo hatlo de zon le ko hani se da di te zan ne ke a jo ti asigi wo ga tsa dani de asiyat ishe hani he di te hatsati hadilani hani ko ha got e hotene hane kodu asi ye shese hanisi tlo hanisi a juti gi wote da jo ezane ke do tlo asi ge she hote Mr. Speaker hani business go shi hote ne hane ko the greenhouse hani si go shi Asia zo hi wadana get hani si go shi hote dite ezane ke si da de hani na wo sit asumpata gits a hodini de nizi asiye she ha hote Mr. Speaker nahi ha jojo lik esi da hatlo de na wateni de nizi hote Akon Fisherman's Wharf advertisement oni de akon asimo da ge she hanisi giun ai di hote na akon Getesodo Hayagetit the Nuvik twin Legos and Getesodo. A year February 420 Mark Meller did the Indigenous Services had Dihode. A year donation things that Gigora Zohunt e Contazana Chalaya Golase Donegi go hats in Wumut Egit so coin desi dona desi as Zohunt egits a dear had the Gigo had the Wumutedi. Da Daniel don't so she at least at it's on the case that don't so she that question Gigua how do the Canada so at the Hagidi Hote and the co it's on the case at a Contana Chalaya Galada question Gigu Hote and the Nuvik Humbat Shahani Ajon Contaya Golasa that's all Aro Wahani Nagui Tahote. Adanyo said azo jo a question what I who did I would get le at la lehone it a di ajon I said I would I who did I say ajon wint it jo so by ke hot what I haven't a le new vex a con contase don't son clean go na de honte a de get in the tongue go a corner get de inuvia like see the dizzy de hesego ge segogin la hote da hesi da na kezan tala ne se hani ile zan tazo ge di hote da le da zke si dongi go ge din le se latin adla hote da di de zan ne kese da hani hagotzaleni de ne hote dune dite elzanek heta haniki na wosigi gafadiat la hone ami se mind lagi dese yishia zonhote ki guin lesi agonte hote eta di hani COVID rasi hogi disi also a combine hani se don hogi tia go gin la de ne sa ta na masiba Nuvik twin leg masi ba chago zo ke teso don he masi Mr. Speaker Mr. Speaker did think ese da onta kona desi da etzanik ese won go down te it ali onta da tlon kon da tlon la ge disi ye wata a honte e yina wo se da wo ka hot ha ha ge di le honte e yida Don't song congoy na get desi lechen na desi waiting less konkena ge ihagizi te ke tlehote don't ala se kongira se da dera go shile hoti hote Mr. Speaker dina no hula negotso senior strategy ni tleho ligotso se hawa agoja hotene to onezi agogele ha hotein le hote on da gira se da se gotsela hotein le hote hani ko e on da hani se da kongi won se da netlon gon adade hote Mr. Speaker dite azanek se da housing corporation say a senior housing strategy gets isn't a hote era e do hani se da tok adage de da hani do go get there lane le hote e hani onta se da zo hocho ko gits only de e hani se tlati hote Mr. Speaker don da tlon somebody tsin galani hatlon kona geti hotene e da onta hani si gira la tsadani de ya ni se onta hio da zo da tlon da geti ha se onta de kon wacho ke di ha di le go hli hote hani ko e yizon la ni onta ni gira hani go hli le ni hani na wo gira go hli le ni de izan hote monta se ota on kya monta good si hani go mo ani go taigi lini de e ni de can't a get di hote hani ni de se at so some bagitsun le at e hote net ali de tia tsuns a get di witse o se some bagitsun le na at Mr. Speaker se ya tinat it's a gote asalla sega de ya tinat it's a good dawala to le ni wule ne ya tiunat e he must Mr. Speaker da no this a de haisia de ho on da se da hot shola ne gi he ho on de e some gira se policy hane go shi se e on da he da ne gi tsa tse di se da jo ho ti hla di ho te aki some bazo de get si some bada tle de get si zo night ha di la ne ho te e ya zo on da hle he e gi tsa di ni de ne se ho te housing minister ga ka wo elinsi da we kya ho te da let's a ke wo go no ho woni de ho ba cha ma se e ke te so do ha ya ke ti frame lego sa ke te so do ma si Mr. Speaker di e zan nek e se da so tle hani November 9 tle hat do hani se da zo hunti Ik laddara ne guddi na getse ha hote e da di 3-4 million dollar ha tlon e ra son pa ni je ha hote in le hote di te azanne ke he e da di ha ni se da atla tlon don git son ba tax na ge di si a kunz o son ba da hote yi Cameron Hill az hote dune he ja, so hund ist ja da girona nicht der Hund da die hanira son passe da wo da ni ya ni la hi ta wa da 20 de da ni a di so sam ba wa ze ke hu wit a ha ni wa la da ho ni sanat le ha se ye ta le di ha ni ga se liabilities ho onet a le da ni sat la ni de ne ze ho ni e ye he si at la tlon le maison se ta a zan ne ke se ta dia ni Cameron Hills de sana ke I ho te e ye sam ba se ko ha ni sa ka ke ho din do ne ho a ge tro ha ni na wo so sam ba ke hu ya ha ho te le ho te hane kodi in DC assembly se da go hinde ga se ya se wa gala tsin dalle ho te tani de si wi de ke ala gi de si yina wo se da ga se tsin la ni le e ye ho go hin ko la yi da tlo ho on le se wa la tsa da tsa di le se da ga wa gala tsin dalle ho te e da li go hin government tsin li se kwile la ne ala tsin da ho te a se da ga se wa gala tsa dalle la ni ho te ya ni ga se na wo go hin le la ni ho te ne et ali minister se da di wo ron hle ti le ho te wo ron di assembly la ke tsa kwet I la ne wo la ta de ho te ya ni na wo se la dia hla de ho te e ya ni wo dai ti ha ni de se e ye ha ni se a jo la ta te ho te di ga se da minister se da som ba ka de ya gi li da ne as na tle hela tse de som ba ke ha ni wo ja wo dai ti ha ni de da ni wo dai ti da ni wo la da di som ba ti e ha ni se a jo te na wo go hle ho te ha ni ko wo la tsa da te ho te na de ga ka wo de le se ta tle tsa ke wo no ho ni de da we count I must say frame leg get so do hey get Great slave goes like a sodo. Masi Mr. Speaker, the Liver Foundation, honey, yani Canada, so that good go, honey, so that 3 pounds, hotel, a 90% dainchun less actually share the leconte. What a good dog, and I say it's a good hormone, see, it's a what a hood hits at the honey. Gugazan hunt ela ni asisi like enola ni say I hunt di go wohani that died ayat in linen de what a hoila hunt di hanit conti what's it on said I go with see we hunt yeah, ni liver cancer. Don't know the clock go. Honey, good. I yagi li ada de hote. Dia ni 20% la class ada di fatty liver. Honey, yagi li hote. You what I hina get azunt a ha hote. Don't ala se we hidi hote. Sa code de jin don't something quit eat. Ala se don't we hidi hote. Yin lesan don't di la ni Canada ke jin a de se we hidi. Di honte e dali setle ha si wetsa honte e yani go woni zi etle ha se ta wa na ta tsa de honte e da de din se da a gon tu si tsat a sat so ha ne se I do e li honte e ye de dia dia da hono hola ne Edmonton ja, ni se ta hani se son liver da good da ya ni ya hin de ho ta di e se season le ko se ta jo da ni ya hin le se ta zum medical travel hani in that on de gana da huin le ho te e ye se ta zo don song go e tsa ne ke na de se ta hani we he ho on ho te di e da di hani na wo se go he ho oni de se win din le ho tana di COVID-19 wo se on azon de on go he ho on at e ho te da li hani na wo se go wo ta da ni da ga na da tsa de ha di le ho te wo ta hi don ne who are dead hun si e yi hani season ta se de tsa le ha di le ho te e yi Liver Foundation wo ka la tsa da ho te ne ma se great slave Cam Legos like a tesodo. And must see Mr. Speaker, did you set a good neck? I said, don't lie here, dick la Gawata at in hotel. It a lady at Sun neck, I said, a DGNWT. Business ya gits on se adazon some bahani kontra what donne somebody gets ya gi won't honey kodi the Asiajo hunti policy siot wogala ne dona gets a di hunte e business hani na wusi monta gira wogala gi de hunte etsa ne ke dona de seta de din seta zo inda ne ke go so di tensa lagi de gidi da hani business kitso ada de hunte eta hani said that Department of Finance said that the Nidone Lakin contract hani gyun jese ajo huti waga hodani de neza hote ye policies Comptroller General Lindsay azo done la ho on said that done ge ke ha na wogi ton hote itali DGNWT ye hot hunt elan ye dani lage ke la ho on hotida hani kike la da sigi una ni de hote di wo good di ho on seda ayeda di what I said procurement hani na wo ke la ho da de ho hote di ani wo good di si Mr. Speaker what did zon gani le indago ga what hote ayeda di hani na wo seda government gira se sitsala ha tse wote di hot hunt ela ni seda e hajon huti government na wo gira dani de tsimo da azon huti ne se ke la tsa da de e cam le go tsa ke te so a chin GNWT son contract done in dan ne ke go tsa chin contract want on hudi hote dite azan ne ke se son contract se da in dan ne ke se azon lagi je hadi hote na masi
Must you remember for Camp Lake must you remember still y'all left north? Must you that snow kings and that's on what the height count and is it about the good lead as he getting and the snow king cruising must he guessing or lagging down there and I see anything and the 26 I see is that as he gets in there's 20 as he gets in there and I do that Mr. Speaker do you guessing that and I do that on the castle and the snow garden that you in there and I do that on Mr. Speaker night decent and I do that on Mr. Speaker and there has snow kings and that's on snow slide silken up there and I do that on snow carving must be Mr. Speaker do you member statement Nanak Poton MLA Mr. Dudzengesint at that young Tias and Mr. Wix was Dihatan Dudzenges don't show we live in there. And I do that did and I do that look at houses and that's the hotels and that's way quick. A new vessel could get quick. And I do that the hotel that gets a hot decent only. And I do that and I do territory. And I do and I do and I need to quagget in don't we learn a good day. And I do that lucky day. Get on it. And I do give it a din. And I do that certain home towns that we didn't live in there. Do that to get us a din is the eye hot England there. And I do that and I do that geek a hot hard is in this. And I do that and I did that the conget quick without getting on it here and live dead daddy. And I do that dear coffee secretaries and that's on. And I do that get us so bad sunk every dead daddy COVID here. Oh, wash your wall. Don't snooze that don't song gaggles a deal with it. And I do that territory good. And I do that gets us a deal and is highly consigo on is highly. And I do that and I did Mr. Speaker that did the guess and that and I did and I did I see that and the whole doesn't translate as in Lisa that's the and the doctor condola did he go him premiers in the ministers and that's and that's hot it is a Sunday who didn't daddy. That he gets no work a chiadi who didn't daddy. Member statement. And I did the gallery go yoda. The reports of community Sabat Chagoton. Must see Mr. And I deal with that on Bill 16 and I deal with that on Income Tax Act that 16. The kid okay ya chiu that November 2, 2020 okay ya chile what then daddy. And I deal with that on the and the February 25th, 2021, the Standing Committee had listened to the public hearing. Deal with that Minister of Finance here. And the work yard here and the Mr. Speaker deal with that Bill 16 that deal with that amend that get less and that and I deal with that and I deal with the work yard here. The must see Mr. Speaker, must see member for Tabacha. No, seen a lot of reports of community on the and I did Camp Lake and I did that on social development and that's on Mr. Bill 13 and that's on and I did that okay yeah Bill 13 and that's on and I second reading okay yeah what that's on and I did that social 29 2020 and I did that Bill 13 that okay yeah and I did that on sad okay sad ze sad ya and I did that and I did the 7 times you at the lair then daddy and I did that the need and I can la doing I get this I get in and the education council sent that and I did that on 7 the handmade construction and I did when they sent National Division Education Council yelled in definition data administration South 2 Division Education Council Mayor and Council Town of Hay River David Nicholson David Walker to and I did have niece that the appendix A seen and I did and I did committee seen the and I did daylight saving time seen and I did that on Mayor Council and the Hay River goes on and I did that on the and I did that on the 18th Legislative Assembly and the motion 32 bracket 2 and I did that on and I did that honey hot and daddy and I did that on and I did that on 533 signatures and that's on 18 different and I did that on it and that's on one standard time such as and I did that they did that on and I did that such that I also had clear then daddy and I did that on Bill 13 was ain't that on lack and I did go out that on and I did the executive council and that's daily saving time I and I did that on the commotion deal with the Bill 13 on the committee's motion saying and I did and that's on Northwestern and I did that on the Nesat that in or you are getting then daddy and I did that on the kids a few little caught at a gear line down that hearing I got in February 9 2020 Bill 13 since that on appendix B again loud and the motion simply ministers in that on R.J. Simpson was the Minister of Justice in the Hondas and that on and I did that on and I did that on motion saying that again last that on the and I did and I did that on and I did that on and I did that on the committee Bill 13 that That night, okay, I see what I had in there. Must member for Camp Lake. Member for Camp Lake. And I do what that's on Mr. And I do what that's on. And I do Bill 2018 that's on. And I do what that's on. Must see, Mr. Speaker. I mean, let no one. I mean, said then I will watch there. You want that motion really. And I do what that's on. Number get the reports of status return to all question. Acknowledgement. It will point deceit all questions. Member for Hay River South. Must see, Mr. Speaker. And I do what that's on ITI since that way county. JWT since that. And 2020 T that's on Zanwala Via then did. And I did 2017 since that's on. And I did the update that in the. Must see, Mr. Speaker. Must see, Mr. Speaker, and that's on. Andy, what that. And I did. And 2017, since the. And I did go out that I see she got thrown and this ain't. What I in then daddy, Motas and there yet he had nothing said, sing what then daddy. And I did. Must see, Mr. Speaker. All question, River South. Must see, Mr. Speaker. And I did. And I did go out the regulation policy. What I did for then daddy. And I did the current legislation. That. And I did go out that, Mr. Speaker. And I did legislation in that must see, Mr. Speaker. Member here South must see Minister for ITI. And I did Mr. Speaker did and I did go out that and I thought and I thought go out that and I thought so that's I see how you got that a year that's I see the how can up there Yatıì question, Mr. Speaker. And I did I see got business ya will see hunt end there. And I did must see, Mr. Speaker. All question, maybe member for Hay River South. Must see, Mr. Speaker. And I did with that capacity building, see that's there. And I did what I see going la way, did I had it said in the zone there. Did what that Mr. Speaker. And I did and I did must see, Mr. Speaker. Minister responsible for ITI. And I did and the industry had missing you good days and that this is at a deal with the Mr. Speaker. So the communities in the greenhouse it did not see I say I see again says that Mr. Speaker. And I did and I did anta di the anta zo the masi Mr. Speaker for no deja yatia here south masi Mr. Speaker di the anta di the industry sinta zo asi hanisinta tsa dia zo na hati khatsa lezo zonta hoten dia di nit le khani correction tsa di hota zo di hota zo the anta di the minister hanisin woshi tani I would like that. And I did Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And I did go out that on. And I don't. And I don't. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, saying the garden is the Hanisi yet is so seen that the Zin there. And I did the Minister of Justice why you glad seen at the Dione. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Minister, all questions, more feet on the. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Tłı chȯ Yatıì good day sinde and so the din what's a done in the zone that's a zain the din the get killani so the ka wo so ka hingi ga da the za kyon da so you minister infrastructure so the work kyon da Mr. Speaker
Mr. Speaker and that the engineer hanisi going there and I did go out that not, and I did hold that this the water department in that not that don't will give cause, but so cause on some markets on Santa egg, a leak at will give that will give cause, and the engineer had its new one, and the and I did have this in that not dear hot that not dear hot a leak a get cause. And I did hot that don't get this in that don't come out digging wood, I go a diago. Hando khoda hanyo da news na highway 3K and the outlying communities and that zone di han is kwaya online de zia den de be chok khoton zon sin that no hani khoda zon kili de go a go sin that zone asin hani sun kwada go gi asan lesoni Mr. Speaker the outhouses and be so kwon yellow houses and that di khoda won go in de le de and I deal with that on design Hala who's in that on infrastructure going there didn't there needs some quiet whole line they see it there and I deal with that and I did and I deal with that and I deal with that on safety the dear needs who dear highway safety since that those are who definitely they can what a deal then they remember you guys on the who's in that infrastructure saying you at that then the management plan and I deal with that highway 3 zone level has no a leak out saying Northwest Territory a leak out since that highway who no then they and I deal with that hand niece and that's a coin outline the same who the must minister or question more fit on MLA must Mr. Speaker and I deal with that that's it on young chile with that highway safety is a deal with that won't see has a pleasant out then daddy that's a won't go to the level won't see has a level done it's it accident I got in a bitch that's a good in a good in bitch had the great class and won't go to dead don't go use it that's some call ya whole line this and just see how it's in one that Mr. Speaker she's how we did and I do that not Danny I see how okay so that and I do that so did Kilibas and quiet one line is in hand honey one line is not a bit that's a good thing the one she has a pleasant then they did public toilets a decent that's highway 3K and I deal with that Minister of Infrastructure anta di hota zon ta e kes the why da illa Mr. C Masi Infrastructure Minister listen that on Master Speaker anta di hota zon development in what's it done le hoden dedi anta di hota so khang go de anta di hota zon edani ayi that's it line the highway safety wa anta di hota zon you hota zon you some boy ya zi kezon ta hoden dedi anta di hota kita what's question answer outline niznya hota what's niznya hon da ko de anta di hota zon wo ngo se kha zedla di hota zon what's it da asin da wo plan zetsnya de masi all coach mukfizo MLA masi Mr. Speaker the Mr.
Teo da onta da ke di onta tsa konta wo ya chi ka sion de zon da si minister da di wo tsa ya chi na da de dong se tsa ti na wo tsa da ne de se xia la zi da ha zi le tsa diang de la ni la ni le Mr. Speaker
Mr. Speaker di hota son khawlo go tse dia tse di ne le anta di hota zon di hani sin da zon ke ho tsa a ka anta di hota zon di de asin plan de tia son ni anta di hota zon ke ho tsa a ko wash ho on di sin de zia ho da eta besa ko go so ba ke wo ge anta wo da nai traye we sin akhe hota akhe hai lia san le ho den dedi hota drone beche da sagot kizun anta drone europe plan e tsin ho den dedi anta di hota zon on ta ni set go get de da se ge kesni ya tigit na ase ke taisha answer asen la set ho ya ne ti ha ni ule di ne le ho de Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a simple
Mr. Speaker, the Yungadai Army Department Hanits a card de Gilisegi Hegoza dozot a Hamote. A ye Hani la Wana was son hote. Diani Tilly Bats and Conhole Honey de Johnsobake, Becha Consoni Ahi Asimota Rats a Dahote, Asi Tilly Bago Oni. A ITI Hanira Somba Yella Ha Hone ITI what's a hoy lim hote a high sin haddy hote and the siadi hote a Asias on what an at Hotla Hone the Dehi da Nina he it's on some consonants a honey dates on us in department he as on saying Juan Ha Yagasi Somba will la ha on any what a hot hasn't a ha hote. Masi Mr. Speaker. Di hota ile sala ni agoja hota beche konletsa di ko e konletsa di ho di we cheke go he hleke di adi sitsala ha hleke la tsa da ha ke di le hota ile sa agoja hota ne ile we ke la tsi da tsi wo hota ne da le wo ngo si ha tsala ha tsi wo de jun hletsa di wo na hota kwesi ase ade he se go tsala da ya ni si ho hle ha di le ho ne ni Clinton government se di se gi go de hota ne yi da le jo assembly wo na hota kwi hi ase ya ni na wo se tsala ha di le ho ne infrastructure like I would must say Mr. Speaker you see here that better kontle ga di ko don't so hele ga di honde you see that zone sell honey wo hle ga di le de fon ke tsa honey ka de gin li se de di se ko ta ha ge di honde thili ba se ta fon ke tsa honey ta tsa tia ha de ge di in some conga get this a ye will go what an idea crow won't get a delany what another ye now will say shower done a hot hote Humba chagots like a test so do must see Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you was a department say I see don't has on a neck a Kohotine zingira gogi aha dile honi to kontaya linse. Korak awode Hamasi Mr. Speaker Gihigarawata Honte Yannick Housing Corporation Sihani Wikalatsa Dawatsa Honte Konde Sidi Tiale Ondagiragi Wehats Trahatsi Wohonte Hane Kodi Dunda Tonsabade gets Siwagalani Hani Dune Kontagits at Dihonte. Eet azon etzan nek esi don azon chladin somebody get sinhote. Eet ali di ye set ay klase chlon gon wogun aniti dizut a hahote. Eye he set aye rentin natzet sihi. Eye si wagats edda hote eye tson how eye program on da got son se got la ho on here da donedi te etzan nek ena desi ki halatz edda hats in wohote. Eye hajon se da done se eye hita gedi se da zon housing corporation se da gihela tsa da zon ta ha hontene mase humba chago zon gete sodo masi Mr. Speaker eye dira se da ase onta hani se da kongira hotle hani kongi na get de se da ragi tsagin dileni woni. Masi Mr. Speaker di kon dat logots se da di te etza neke se azon kon hani kon se da 2900 so 274 da onta yani koguye na get de hote di te etza neke se housing corporation se I onta gira kon ho le hani Fort Layard hani kogira it's a yachi konte hani onta konage de hani holni hote Eye hesi ota onta hani di tegira etsa neke konguye nage de se ota so etsa neke le hela tsa da hote housing corporation se Eya je hote ki wo gote hani e kote hani ko ho le ha di hote Eda Eye housing society se ota Eye good hope a kon se ota Don't want that. Let's again did the din what show gets a housing corporation, that's some government, so some bata that's again the hotel yani as on some bata let's at a dini de yani hosha hadi le hotazon kotaya golas at adone something ya lins at as on let's at a dizot a ha hote a government so what show la ni segela hadi la ni hotene Hazo etzaneke dunegi tsatse dia ha tsin uninde e da ha ne hle tsatse dia ha di le hote e kon hi si hotlo de tia le ga si wo ha tsa tha wo tsa tsa hote ma se hum pa cha go tsa ke te so do ma se yi minister se da di ga se Yes, that public housing units, honey, so don't ontani target dega honey ke lada ha dile honey. Masi Mr. Speaker, the dean said as da ke hote masi we hote ye honey he asi don't nizingira se goods in lani that's in wood we ke lats da hote ye he si don't see that consi Deke na get dega segi hese gotsella ha tsin wo de yani housing program ta donet tsa dia tsin wo ye di hota don public housing unit na get desi ada thon sat hante na get dia se azon gira I tra honde da kontana chala gotson si let in si hanya zon le gagun wallahi na de honde on kase on da wo Gizo onta si tsagedi hunt haneko kontela ni onta na deni de hanya gonteni le housing corporation se da ajo se da Domo dasi tsaku hani gi kia hani don kongit le kundi chila hani higuyi na get de hagi mohote hota hua wotso kya lage da siya zondon tsatia we tsa hote hani ko asi dani don tsatsin dili ne hota hani azon ke ye ti otane dali mase gateni de si ihwa gadene dali ne zine higa ta chile hote tsehwa gadene de ne zia he don hi sago ge de ha gi wote humba chago zakate so don achinta inka masi Mr. Speaker a senior strategy yani senior housing strategy a don assim don da tlansa bada get sin galani itale honi Mr. Speaker kits if ya got that with a se da na wo yunga si on da tlansa bada get sin se so department se chingira na da hote a da di a koti hani han hatsala disadi hote la wala tsa dana dale ka wo de da get ke frame lego sa get so don I must see Mr. Speaker. He workers' safety compensation. He gachotik donation tron donation tron se da tron se Dako tada de se what's we digidi honte tali de hane don't so ba lagi de se giwo da la hone Workers' Compensation Commission tsakawo must say Mr. Speaker WSCC my manager he go get do honte ya jo honte na wo February 26, 28. Said that CPHO in Shawaga la Hote Frame Legos like a tetso don. I must see Mr. Speaker. I must see where who you go to inspector. I can't. So tlagidi hoday WCSC honey asi don honey dite edzannek alide so indalnek so alide jon whatsho nagidene WSCC masi Mr. Speaker WSCC honey na wosada honey so bike lagi desi honey whatsho nagide da honey whatsho lagi deha gets a dear haddy hote honey ko a honey doing so that's all the honey da lots of daddy hote must frame legos on get so do must see Mr. Speaker ye said that Miss Minister must see where who hote a ye see John a con said that dear say honey wo good dear wo going to hago dear dilani hote dali dona internet se da son dite son ke do like de se hela gi deni asi hani hi wo good di se da ko se dona gi watch hani hi ta geti honene WSCC like I would masi Mr. Speaker and di se good di hat I hotel question hani could se da company what show Edera lagi de hote de dingit some plans hunt de di dani era lagi dagi wun se da gits a hoi li hote go hi governments in li ye watch government policy le de di watch lagi de se de di hani will legits a di hadi hote hane ko ye dani done lagi de se dani de hongi dia hani na wo sigit hote ye hane ko hani ha gits a dia di hote masi frame Legos like a test so don't must see Mr. Speaker. A minister siada a siada mast I get honini. I said like the weekend the I say the son consi get at any the actually don't get la hot a go de get see honey. Workers' Compensation Commission Gakawo. Must see Mr. Speaker. See what's a business company that gets what your the what the occupational health and regulation so kohanisi don't hani ni na wuseta the dihani na wuseta na wo hugiti hunt and haniat some kohani can I get seha wo hudihi hani segela hani data honey like that gets in ani de hagilizot a public health officer see what's a hoilin lani hote I would the geke a new twin legos like a test so do
the Mr. Speaker that did and that do asio that a kias and that ich that and that did McDermott vaccines and that ich and that did 18 honeys and that a year how that get you was on do's and that and that did there's some categories and that and that did what I see what in New Twin Lake Health Minister responsible Health Resource Service and must see Mr. Speaker did and that did and that don't and that did and that did you got and that did honey in the hotel honey daycare honey grocery store honey bank honey library social service liquor store honey gas station honey nadi ke gun sale honey yagola ita hun desin de and that this and that did no dead what I since that the and that did that must see or question a new Twin Lake must see Mr. Speaker isn't that that doesn't Yatıì isn't that and that did and that did must see Mr. Speaker and New Twin Lake that in must see Mr. Speaker isn't that in lead and that did what that vaccinate that you then they did and that did what that and that did what that January 31st on vaccine to this and that D and this and that don't go got you queer what that and that deal what that and that did and that did and that did what that and that did go out what that yes what that that que waiting le on then they don't know honey waiting and that did and that did the vaccine as honey go things on it and that did and that Mota honey sin ta don't gi go ne hot and the yokon tada gidi in the Twin Lake must see Mr. Speaker the deketa what's an answer must see on there. I think that a kias and the deal that the kid isn't that don't go in Nuvik. The kid and that deal that and that deal that and that deal that gets an appointment cancel again the kid that don't get go Alice. And that got 10,000 words a home daddy. And that deal that on vaccines in that on community. So what gets on the gitla. And that deal that on that did that 1 is on as she smoke and then I said on. How many doses in that on that deal is that smoke and that's a mercy. Health and social service. I mean, mercy, Mr. Speaker. And I deal that on CPHOs and that on. And the clinical need and I deal that on the February, February 1st to the 3rd. A clinical needs in the council in London, the August and the honeycomb there. And I did, and I did, and I did, and I did February, first week of February, since that's on final supplementary in New Victoria Lake. And I did what I do, what doesn't that on what doesn't appointment again, line listen, what then I get la. And I has no cancer again, lost that on you the egg. And I did that air hasn't done it, the Aboriginal people since that on. And I do what that's on, and I do is that on, and I do what that's on, and I did, and I do what that's on, did coordinate, I what I would hear what then did. A New Victorian Lake Health and Social Service, Mercy, Mr. Speaker, did, and I do what that's on. And I did health care. I'm a hotel Lageda. And I did and I did and I did and I did as on 3 territory. And I did and I did honey that who didn't did. And I did that's on 75%. That's on houses on the don't that from that this house don't they go out and then there did say 44% don't go on there. And I did National Advisory they need to go us in vaccine ya could one I won't see what that's it you know. And I do what that's on and I did vaccines in and I do what doesn't work COVID-19 what he didn't it had doesn't see us no God what's I don't get going and I did and I did go out what doesn't community young life at Nuvik and I did what that's on Monta que dia wo goes on do is not as a new vec somebody Hanis don't get go as on the level then did and I did what that's not in a did Sigatron knows there cannot say in there and I did the constant that and I did the vaccines that is there must be or question. The knock put on the MLA, Marky, Mr. Speaker, did think isn't that on, and I do that death in the community, and I do hotel and New York, not get tail there. And I drink a wee little rabbit test and that I got in December 22nd, seeing the hook isn't that on health. And I do that on COVID-19 sin has on don't get hard on daily. And the Honda sent like gas and the Honda don't got hot high on there. And I do that on must see Mr. Speaker. Minister responsible for health and social service must see Mr. Speaker isn't that on. And I did at the rapid testing, I get in that don't get how then there's any COVID-19 what's on. And I do that on COVID what's on game wasn't. And I do that on. See what I saw hot hardly dear cleaners and called I get lay so contaya deal with COVID-19 such on land the corner hot test as I get there. And I don't know what he doesn't what are listening. Honey, I say, honey, test again, then daddy. And I do that on, and I do that on the war again, once on that COVID-19 test again, then in knock put. And I did I, and I do that on the quarters are late, dear cleaners. And I do that on. And I do that on. So that when I wait here with Lane there, I can hotel down when I can walk on the tin is in the level then daddy. Do that on. To go here down our water near the last and plan the level then daddy. Dear Dr. Candela, did you what on it all of us at level then daddy? Mr. Speaker, isn't that the rapid testing isn't that on? And I do that on the whole island, this in that. And I do that 14 the rapid test, honey, the. And that's all the. And I did go asking that. Don't honey. Woho ale desin the and the rabbit testing again in the look at the and the test AI again is in 40 yards in the agit glass in the hazo and I did that don't hazo det niet hadden toen je ook huis nog hadden. Had je zo'n druk gegeven, gewoon den der. En dat die had als COVID-19 gets released, ja, toen had zo'n gehad, gewoon den der. En dat die het die had niet was dat test kunnen geven de massie. Or question. The knock put on, Mr. Speaker. And I do that and I do that COVID-19 in the almost in the mercy. Minister that we can't want. And I do that using that deal. And I do that and I give go down didn't it? And I do that on the news and that hotels and that the new hotel girl that's 80. And I do that on the hotel girl I do land get into there's on again dead like when I get it. And Mr. Speaks that on and I did and I do that on the die had toen zelf in de hotel. I mean one night decent such a whole in the low. And I do had premiers in that the Nanak Poksin that's on the Premier that we had, Mr. Speaker. That's such as it did this I see on then. And that deal that's on $2,000 bills and that's on 14 days. And the killing me some boss and that's on kids as it did this I see on then. And that deal that's on the. And I do that on other families and that's on the. You walk a sin a little then there. And I do that on the war hot dying the scene is now must Mr. Speaker. Must the Honorable Premier. And I did that.
Or not, and in fact, we started with that when we started the COVID secretariat.
The COVID secretariat, with your home work code, I don't know, kids on tots of what show, get Giga Hotel night, le hotel. Hanako, a year honey, don't say, Hajon tax, nageti, don't say that the dean says on a getty hotel. I had a ha in Lego, get the hotel. A CPH or a year honey says on Canada, hey. A good neck at the lake or get the hotel. A say, don't have Jean la Nigira nuts, the hotel. Don't monta what show the DC hotel and at the gate the hotel. It John at the neck, it's on don't get in the hall. The DC at that song. A year honey do set a don't honey gira na dear had the hotel. A year do set a year some bathon good song with a honey because some bathos it isn't a holiday. I would the great slave goods or get so down. Health and social service rock I would day. A ye liver foundation, honey, he will go set out that case in what day. A ye honey will go done a get haha honey. We'll go at the good honey health and social services. I must say, Mr. Speaker, Department of Health and Social Services, say, Ajonek is at Canadian Blood Services, see here, Lagida, Hunte, Erlagida, Hunte, Eda, Hunter Cody, Canadian Liver Foundation, Gihe, Lazadani, Lene de Rasi, Haneko, Asi, ye. Health system honey organization giga let's not dile honey guess I giga ta hodile hod a great slave goes on get so do must see Mr. Speaker did you see that a Canadian Liver Foundation so got that the hod a yet the hood hunt elani you guys said that some by here that grant application said that honey cake here liver disease honey hawaga na dik got only that's in one day I see the honey siga some para wala honey health and social service like our day MSC the Department of Health and Social Services say the honey said I say la what and I get haha good so lini lena I say researcher eli honey I say you don't not had do eli ani uniquely you got that had need the in kind services it's neatly you got a chance on a little it go he honey I see what done that's it honey lena honey ko get at a dear see what's at Zahunde. Great slave goes like a test so don't I must say Mr. Speaker the GNWT said I don't know I see it not ha I like a leggy dog it's a Johunde. A honey said I don't know what he get done in the honey tadagi he dini lene ali asi di hani se ta don le wo hani hi chi which se ta hani don wo don he go get to honi na dik ezunga ka wode hema si Mr. Speaker di hada si hi ta wo go guite hote Heda di hani se ta healthcare provider honey nadik ezuna wo honey he ke lada se ta jo Canada ke jese dona atsake dula ni de gi wutsi we honey wo good dira wadan nage ta hote honey wo do he go get do get do alega honey se a jo get na ta hote eta hi adani adale Doneki tsatsing di lisiga hani doneki ga wo gudi hatsa tra honta done kontige don ala gi woni de counseling program hani da doneki tsatsa di ha di le honta yi hesi healthcare provider he kitsa di ha di le honta detox agete ha gi woni de Great slave goes a so do masi Mr. Speaker nizi honta hani se ta done konti da yagin lini de ni se ta gi wo hani liver ta yagin lini de dune se ta de get ya hone se geje ta sena de gella ha de le hote asi healthy liver campaign hani da done ho I get ho ha de le hone but I don't know who teenagers get the honey now. What's okay? Health and Social Services. Rakawa. Hama say, Mr. Speaker. Ye hai this had dimote. Haniko. Ye hani said that donuts that's a dihas say womote. A dear say. Ye conti don't conti get to a lega honey. That don't get a dihats a womote. Haniko. Hani contiwite or se dona giwo hani unkatsi wiode hani si ho ohote cam legos on getesa do Emasi Mr. Speaker did like esi sombarak awo elise da wonda ekia de hode a question da we hani de procurement review hode Minister of Finance procurement review panel gi linsi asi no des onitle segin la honi no des segin la kwese donc thai gi rain da honi ni so barak awode masi Mr. Speaker di panel si hota do si as hage si ate ho hote hot show se hani ka la get da hage sa hote okay Ilahania lainda gesinile hese de tinsi hagilla honini la de raw gashin le honde as emele gira seta hani gits haisen hadi le honde camle goes like a test so don't have see Mr. Speaker he must see the honde di 19 assemblies Northern Business gihe lots of the hearts in one I see here that Department of Finance da hunt elani nit leget si huntane da procurement review panel gilisi minister said that there donera hola yella ha hone Sumbarak awode I must see Mr. Speaker di hota ka thai sala ni se ka thai khola ni go tsonto ne hlongo yung asa dile hota di khani de let I like as on to yung hayen chi hota da yi hani da done di adagilla set adagawak edjun lehonte it's on the gin lani de di set agits a hoili on adagilla gi unsi masi Mr. Speaker. Cam legos on get so don't have masi Mr. Speaker di you were good decent the English lani wo hasagidi on the cam legos on business gulli okay, seda di hani se tsela hati le honte eda di minister seda asin hut hunt a comptroller general nitle what's that is a you asa di hati le honi ya ni hut hunt e zanne ke so hani nitle se I honi e se hati hat le hati le honi masi Sombarak awode masi Mr. Speaker a question said that April 1st won't get the had the point le what the hane ko yes as Mr. Speaker ya ni said ya ni said ya junti wo go get the le honey come general AEC ki gata honte ayira se waka ho trase dona se giane zinle de asigida na tra honte giane zinle de la dia gele hagets ho ile hote eda ya nisi ajuti wo good disi ajuti donne Tuhani se asengo ke tenide giane zinle ke dini de yani Comptroller General se kitsone tla konsi kitso go te hadi le hote emase Cam Lagos on ke te sodo hata hadi ke hamasi we hote e donne he asi wongo get there gi hote asi giane zinle ne de e government se ata dania lagi de se minister said ascended in what's on department say agent hunt yek a taha de lehone aye dani aye dagin la ya jun business ki rase aye dagin la se wo ha gotini de nezan hote sombara gawa de ma semester speaker Tiga se yina woods it hon se da tone yani gets on se da business la on geti da hani asion go gidaki woni de ami department here lagi de se da commissioner services seats go get the hadi le honte hani da like da hadi le honte da di hani Thailand ni seta wagalata honte eta di azhani Mr. Speaker yi donazo kontra business galagi desi danegi helada se yi procurement nizingi hela hodaleni de yo go get the hadile honte hanu khoto hani se nizi get some business here lagi indalegi dini de yo go de heni lesa Kella hadi le honte e wo ga ke da ha agelle hadi le honte e se hadniani wule ni de se e se azwo ha go ti hadi le honte e complaint process when now wo se go shin honte masi Mr. Speaker masi minister kawde dageke frame legos agate sodo masi Mr. Speaker the minister lands the work had the one the oil and gas bankruptcy a could is asiazon GNWT that any day. A kongit lawo on the hahoni that any day. Frame leguts like a tetso don derak awade. Masi Mr. Speaker. Di hatadon hazon git ejune. Di receiver hani git lawo ladza honte di rasi has. Hanilla that's all don't like this and I get the rack and I get even a honeyco hasimontahi a honey company see gika lada had dini de a ye hoogie diamante must see a minister said I year must see where Haneko did you see a ye a lot good honey there?
Site from becoming a live.
The minister saying the want a year that's not as you highlight Chicago decree must be member for Friend Lake, minister responsible for Friend Lake. Mr. Speaker, that's not that's not that's not devolution, that's not that's not now what at Hagile, at Hazes in Hon, Tagi, you had a deal that's not and I did go out that's not and I did oil and gas got devolution and that what that has it or the oil question framed later on must see the Mr. President a year that's on must see we see and I did that's on security since that's on I yoke it's as low since that's on and I did go out that's on mandate what that's on the comprehensive and I did and I don't government monitoring and I did the Mr. Speakers and the Dasi Wunzi is Hatidlandle Hatidlassing doesn't plan what's in and I did with the camera how good doesn't I see the must see the minister responsible for lands. Mr. Speaker did the in chaos that and I did the important details in that on 2019 in that on GNWT in that on and I did and I did and I did 2021 in that devolution see and that's on land and water resources water board sin chasing again the federal government sin again the and I did that's on the and I did that's on the and I did that's on the and I did must see Mr. Speaker must see Minister all questions member for from Lake at the Cameron Hill since the oil and gas GNWT la ho on adza at those that some by lias on the ministers that addi some ba addi some ba there the GNWT la ho on ta ne da ga wo ta ho on adza de as addi some bad there. Minister responsible for lands, Mr. Speaker, did at I did that Mr. Speaker, did that environmental that that $2 million in that on and I did that on dick synagogue in ras but nizel at there and I did Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Minister. All questions? Member for Camp Lake. And di hoda ministers ITI since that di open campground. These online booking that actually campground. That's what that would that hoitia. And the Mr. Speaker. And di hoda in bills how we sent that honey and the go park honey isn't that on May 4th, May and 7th. The key what the hoitia what the Camp Lake. All question. Camp Lake. Mr. Speaker, the May 1st, May 4th to the campground the hoitia. A good second, all last that the hoitia must see. Mr. Speaker, the and the deal that's on COVID-19 in that on. And the deal that's on and the did and that what the hoitia since that's on campground. Honey synagogue in a year's of the contract again in a synagogue line the scene. What I would the synagogue on the scene. And I do May 15th, every most part what the hoitia then did. May 24th, long weekend scene. What the hoitia, what I got a conky. Camp Lake, all questions? Mr. Speaker. And I do what I don't get go since that's on. And I do what I okay since that's on. And I do what that's on. Tigo what I saw he get donally. And I do what that's on. And I do what that's on. And I do what that's on. And I do what I see what's go on. And I do what that's on. And I do what that's on park and isn't that on. What's go at this what the whole team isn't that on. And I do what that's on May 1st. Go in that April 30th. That's a lesson didn't there. Must see Minister responsible ITI did and I did and I did what I told the woman that hell guess in the hand of and I do what I told and I did and I did and I told since I don't eat that get less and that don't and I do what I don't do that's a call ya whole lot what I don't what that hoitia hosuni and I do what I don't and I did that what the hoitia in that you had na kela kono le mi some bout and came woo then hat kono and I did what I and I did and I don't did that what the hoitia okay says le and I did and I did and I don't and I don't and I did what I don't what the hot kono nisi the hooky and daddy Mom Campbell de Hayatia Mr. Speaker did and I did what I don't and I did what I don't a good weekend Friday, Saturday, Sunday I go get a con the scene came one then daddy Mercy Minister responsible ITI last year isn't that and I did and I did go out I don't and I don't and I don't go out and I don't I think that's not that yes and that near the mercy and that's all expired out then the all question written questions return to written question the reply to committee's address Number 13, petition, table of documents. At the table of documents, or questions in the 40 the record. And the must be table of documents, notices of motions, notice of motions of first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration committee of a whole of Bill 3, Bill 12, 13, 14, Community Report 8-19, Bracket 2, Community Report 9-19, Bracket 2, Minister Statement 77-19, Bracket 2, Table Document 165, 166, 167, 286-19, Bracket 2. And I do 1-19, Bracket 2. And I do daily hours, using that on. And I do new Victorian Lake that chair there.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order.
And I do the committees and that on Mr. Norday, the good Madam Chair, and that on table document -19 bracket 2 D 2021-22. And I do that on my committee na hiasan le committees and that on. And I do that on and I'll break at the dead.
Back to order. And committee, we are considering table document 286-19-2, main
2021-2022, the infrastructure, regional operation, page 250. That's it, okay.
Minister, will you please introduce?
The minister needs on the Madam Chair, she does on have Steve Lutet, Assistant the Minister Gary Brenn, Masi Razona De, and the regional operations that's on page 250. Page 253. Member for Frame Lake. Masi Madam Chair. Yellowknife North, on the in care on the and the highways on the council back away. Highways on the council back away. Minister of Infrastructure. Masi Madam Chair, and the hook it at the $75 million gets in for the highway gets so from doing that in la limits gets in for the hook. Masi Madam Chair, and I do that on the 10 kilometers good smoke yesterday. And the including that comes from Bow gave we including on the boat and gave we including that comes and gave we Masi Member Minister. Madam Chair, in that the highway operations in that and I do 2,350 and I do with a descent car do it culverts the hasn't cars on this in the and I do with that in the issue what I decent high and I do with that has no kind this in that Mohtas in the chip seal, hunter Mohtas and man, Mohtaki, Watili, on the Masi Madam Chair, Masi Minister, Member for Frame Lake, and I do that. And I did it, that trail, that close a book every 1 kilometer inch. At the area, Mr. Brandon, decent that Mr. Brennan. And I did do what I don't see that a range is that had the then a highway that is in one. And 2019-20 is that on $6,400. I knew then there one. Highway 7, 14,000. Highway 6, and I do that. Masi Madam Chair, Member for Frame Lake, Masi, and do that Masi. The budget in the Yellowknife Airport, and I did. And I did what I thought that Claire didn't get the Masi Member Minister. And I did regional operations in that 250, isn't that 253? 261 on 262 and I do what that's on the info items in the and the regional operations in that on and the section hits on another day didn't and the regional operations that it did and the 10 minutes Young Life Airport since that's on 10 minutes out to get in for the Young Life Airport 2 day holiday. Must see Madam Chair in that 251 watt at the as on every department watt down there. Do you have that on the go out that on the new you don't see that it's too high there. Minister for Infrastructure, must see Madam Chair, 2021, 2022, $3.8 million amortization adjustment at 2019, 2020. And that's $4 million from Bahani, clear then there. And I do that on, and I knew that on the revolving funds. At the deal then there, they must secure 2 day holiday. And I do that on and I did amortization in and I did equipment the anising that you demo that anising Mussy Minister Mussy Madam Chase that the ADM Brendan the question answer then the Mussy Madam Chair Mussy Mr. Brandon and I do that if we deal then the and I did due to disposable policy they can lansing then the and I did and I thought must be Madam Chair. Member for 2 day holiday. And I did go and that what does it that and I did I must see member Minister for Infrastructure and I did the policy I need the did cabinet level policy and I did Motasan surplus and Bahan Hanitli and Bahatli and I did Motasan Sumbahani they building and I did and I did I did what I don't want the Yatıì doesn't close on the Canadian 2 day holiday much marriage and I did and I did Mercy Madam Chair Minister Mercy Minister do what that's on the what that's at least color the policy the the priority 1 community government priority 2 the number 3 is the public number 4 and the $50,000 on this the the policy the must see the websites that Madam Chair that the go out of the infrastructure seeing the policy the Hanisi I see what the one okay that case and that's what hot here there must be Mr. Norton. Regional operation, heavy South regional operation. Page 251, seeing the regional operations in that the must see the Madam Chair, Minister of Infrastructure, must see Madam Chair, and the 4.6 million a year, and the new Tuck Highway, and the highway number 8, and the amortization scene the I see how then there is
and capital assets being pushed into service. So there is quite a complex financial aspect in terms of how we recognize any of these assets.
Amortization agent Untitled Chapter. Die asina edi hani kakung hani yazad ti tiketle mate 25 million tiketle adani hat height yaza money infrastructure akawade sia kwelon sia tazo department agent GNWT gets on azon infrastructure the thing gets on department with the diazon asiazon ageti with 750,000 Stanton Hospital will go the D here then let's say the D Medulla Ferry a yesin ageti with a it's a sewage honey 2 ferry crossing a shinageti with a $1.789 million a yazak a hanyaja with it na edi with a yajo department said that GNWT gets on concerts and country hanyas on a gate with a I say, Madam Chair. A yes, agent diathesis, snare hydro, see, it's on what any just on my kettle. I must say, infrastructure, I got with it. I must say, Madam Chair, a did some bowels, one genie lene, Hanakodi utilities, honey de azon edzande ke he asazon edzatin on asazon de ti at in hode he da this da dehydro agotlina ad siajon hot shola hode hey River South Madam Chair mas da hatla asan you were on regional operation Mase, Madam Chair. The facilities management, we got that one. The contana chalaya golase a year jump yate condelani in the conlani he a settlement maintainer honey go hode a department said I would some bathon keho we hode. What's a boiler honey he not teeny de in the con yati conte taco engineers honey see had what did on the get dead as a gate in the toga honey it's a lot in the I couldn't get there when you get John Lehonte a ye will got daily with an infrastructure a lot taco did a D department say do honey contado na desi settlement maintainers Aurora College hanya honey don't know who I get 20 de nizahote a moda said I get tied on ta han what's on sisat so honey got honey siazo got clean tiani sira who I get 20 a honey say housing corporation see here la hoda hadi la hote a yani furnace it's a boiler honey he a ya consider I say gihedani ho on seta yung gig erjun hote a housing maintainer le hote hwazo so contasia da jo furnace so deans on tahan wazo a yazo huti a boiler honey that is hot so it can yajon who are good to hote a well that's a das ya dajo who are good to hote haneko the on got that hule haneko ye department say a city settlement maintainer honey don't like it who I get 20 then is what I see hote Minister Masi, Madam Chair, a Department of Infrastructure, a yane con segi hua hane donation ho I get home de go contrast it I don't net long go like a ho I get home gets in home de hane kodi Deputy Minister looted yik a good there go hin said Department mo da said I will get lots of da say you ike hayatia Deputy Minister Masi Madam Chair a honor down D honey settlement maintainer honey contaya golajon satsangi la da say honey like a gay honte the as 100% la don't son go to don agin te hote say affirmative action now like an again te hote masi just chogas na get so don a ye don't like a ho get humble one sin hote haniko okay hey ti hote a ye see hote well one sin hote Minister Masi Madam Chair and the jeans nizin dasin ke hote haniko hota go ton wike go te tako honine haniko di si azo department si don gihe municipal community affairs that di Domonta se da la ke hu get hon ha go kontra se nisha la ke de he kontra la ge de get I ho tane yani building maintainers gin linga se da dit na za ne ke e program wo na hon tane de kontra na ge de he hani la ke ge kwe de ha di le hon de ma se Madam Chair de chogo zo get so do you see, we're going to dig a hamasi. A hot as a zanek, a honey, don't sound like a gay, grain, the hunter, massy hunter, hanako, congon, chagon, a operating engineers, honey, see, don't like a gray hunter. They conta, so I think any day. A congo, so tinlini, aleni day. A clavier a new vegots on the get dead, set at and I get dead. I con such on sage in hotel. It are the high say, I say, the any settlement maintainer, a oil honey heater technician, gilira, who I get who had the le honey. It a year ni set as such on like it the honey, such on it sunny de honey segi who has segelaha. Yeah, ni department so honey do not like a who I get who had delay honey. A Daniel do honey like a who I get who le honey. Don't so go here ni se da go don't like a who at who le la ni hote. Da di had la had di la ni hote honey ko. A ye said that the settlement maintainer go around a ye will I say, a ye honey said that don't long how I get when the assy la needed tea don't go as a yella hand that's a delay that must say Madam Chair. You don't see that this that's a like I did with the facility maintainer again Lizzie. Iya hani gi ke la da ha gi woni de do hani ko iya hani boilers ke la da hani de he steam take gi wo de iya hani mo da se da di de zan ne ke hani ta ho ge thun le khoni la ko Hita hani hi ho get ho ha gi woni de ye department go he don't honey he like a who I get why the le honey. But you na ni woo get shown what another lay what's at the had the le honey must say. Who but chagos I get that so don't must say Madam Chair. The utilities won't get that the one. A minister said that the you get good decor. The regional operation 2 million Stanton Rahatlan the tea hoday. A Daniel John Tłı Hospital hunt and a Daniel John de get le honey regional operation. Who gets a day hunday? Massey, Minister. Madam Chair. What hunt John do hook a a 35 million de on wala at in la hunte utilities ra hot hunt era hunte as a government gets some conse as a ha the audit here at la hunte hane kodi some ba what's done in the a year some ba here that on at in la hunte 2.5 de wala at in la hunte Staten Territory Hospital raz some ba in doats a la it's in lights or a ye ka quently honey a ye see ka consiga in doacha hote di at la ho what hanagi only hontenet ali the tiad lani le a da azon region se da honey Da tlasa ba ke file se yazate on what taho on la hote masi Madam Chair. Humba chago to get that sodo. D page 251 will I see hote a hut hunter had high tina d huntene honey ticket len a itle hora hunter minister. Mas Madam Chair. The Department Infrastructure lease honey satan hotanteho nage di hunde honey could do husida the asiazon de tiaza the Stanton legacy which on a city tiaja hunde a student funding AEC rahasi de tiaza hunde 3.4 million hunte lease honey say work a hard time and I must say that had the idea lahu umba chago zan get sodo Madam Chair the rauk edge a lease ha Stanton waga he yakon a legacy building good lahu only hunte Gracie must see ma'am Minister Le Haneko ATM Brennan. See you go there. I was Brennan, I must say, Madam Chair. Ye stand legacy. Agent lease na ke DC region. See, got on some power la hunter. Yak go see. Were here some bass that some were here night honey le. Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Madam. But Chagos I get so Madam Chair.
And the legacy buildings in the what how on the and the die hat also the legacy building goods on the left then there must be member for the batcha member Madam Chair in that the Stanton legacy 1,821,090 member for the batcha and that is in that north and that the outside from that the in that and that legacy buildings in that dat had gewoon van boten, dat had ik goed zo. Dat die public funding is dat zo. Sinds hij einde liggen, dat ik ga ja hier zien hoe dit. En dat die had dat zo, Madam Chair, dat zo minister. En dat die had dat zo, briefings, dat zo, wat dat zo, and I did on behalf and I did that some back areas in the infrastructure building that some bar kakonit some back area lease and is in idea and I did that's not and I did that's not what it does and that's not Mercy, Madam Chair. Member for Sabacha, Mercy, Madam Chair. And that the in that assembly again listen that he can know what's in level. And that the Northwest Territories in the and that the northern zone some and that the honey come the building to the honey what the and that the zone do north zone talking ten the north talking ten and that the zone and that the go what zone since I in the little then must see Madam Chair. Must see member Minister Hayatia. Must see Madam since that's on members and that's on well what didn't daddy. And that since that's on the note honey how which you didn't daddy. And that and that's and the service providers and that's on 72 bed and 18 a year that is on the under the Kiola would dance out see that table that get in or like a high shows no high scene and that did Mercy Minister. Regional operations, that's you want that AK. Information item 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, right up to 265 hour. Information item within there. And the one that can when the members yasling say 20 day holiday. To 254 why see they eat other operations that the other operations that this is Minister of Infrastructure. That ADM other operation ADM operation ADM Brendan and the nation that's on that's on 50.7 million in the and the motas nation that's on that's in get diesel gas and that's on 100,000 so okay we had ended my member for 20 day holiday and Mercy member minister ADMC the Brandon's that's on a and that's not the Ninesi honey dear Mercy Madam Chair ADN Brandon and that's not how you since that's what you want your chair this on need Mercy Madam Chair. And the other operations, and that's all they get why see on the Mercy Minister. Madam Chair, the go out the ADM Brendan Sintaton. Did you what's on the Nitlike? We got Yahos and ADM Brendan. Madam Chair, the contracts and the $100,000 on that did. And the Hotaton, and the and that's all see the honey hotel daddy. And daddy has 100,000. And daddy go out at the nit you got this need to go chile 20 day holiday. Thank you. Other public agency they get listen that's all. Other public agency they get the in it was saying must you remember minister. And the deputy minister Lieutenant you Heidi Mr. Lieutenant. Must you Madam Chair that's on a public the health board honey and I think it's on our was in board get when you go on there. And I did and I did and I did must you minister and that the deputy ministers and that looted you want a week deputy minister looted and that you had that on a year there this I wasn't need what the hell that's at 100 get out on Yatıì and what's on Yatıì and there must be matter and that was I said it. Member for Great Slave must see Madam Chair that's on and that you had that on the care and the whole in so it's not colleague I ain't teasing I must see on them and that this and that's on the marine transportation and that the 259 on I see on the marine and that you had that on freight transport honey and that on and that you had that on charters honey gas and that good and that you had that on charters they get listen that new some bulk they get and this that on charters and that's a here must see members Minister of Infrastructure and I did and I did ADM brand isn't that on Tłı chło Yatıì. Mr. Brendan, must see Madam Chair and I did the hot wasn't that some bahan needs in Laho that's not had dagony go than the COVID. And I did was in that budget Hania charter I think it's in Wale then must see Madam Chair. Must see member Mr. Mussy member for Great Slave. And I did go out on and I did what on I see the hot and glad there. The which break out it the killer gaho ministers and that on
The Premier back. All right, I'll call committee back to order. Thank you for the short little break. Just because of the way our restrictions are with not allowing so many.
The Jongo Dongo Yi said that don't like a ha only lene. Eight I don't go ya deni de go he go get to see don't long ye lane le hote. A ye mata good DC. Do mata gi go what good digits only lene that le mata target de hote. Target de hote ye don't ye halata say. Eta hami se minister halata he. A ye a johuti Hatahani, don't let it that's a cat. Don't let it go yatla, sale. Okay. Yita great slave goes on chinta a kawasha. And John Achi John D. Charters, honey, go shiha honini di ho. Must say, Madam Chair, we want to see ADM Brennan. You can go there, Mr. Brennan. I must say, Madam Chair, the 21-22 you got that's in $2.4 million. A di hook is a hatlon ke hubia, what a yila zonkera. Great slave goes on get that sodo. 21-22, huh? It EC Charter 2021 2019 a charter honey said that somebody what the what a lady governance okay honey de say NTS honey charter ake e ha hunt ainle honey minister must see Madam Chair Stine said that's these Zent Hunt Airline Tea said I will hold the hotel. Had the governance review NTS. We got said that hotel. Ayachi. I see a ye la hatron. We got lots of das as a hundred get high. Contacts and gets I see clear niggas on the jet. He was somebody that lunk a way on it. I see what I somebody said. See when they had less somebody what the horse left on any. Yajo hunty work a hoet ha what a charter. I see what's on somebody said. See when they work a hoet ha what a I say, Madam Chair. I say. Great slave goes a get sodo. Achi the high secret said you charter companies, Hanyas and Yika 20 de Yika Ta when Haniko technology services won't go there the won't the agence said Asia's honey the get like 254 a department say that DC or got what a Haniko COVID said that TSC honey as honey don't he some by here that John Assin night has somebody that they get le honey. I must say, Madam Chair, DCADM Brennan, I get go there, I was there, must say. ADM Brennan, I must say, Madam Chair. D254 I department se da hani da COVID tsok any lene hani ko I what show se da TSC hani night ha hote Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Madam. I some basi da COVID we kwehi March, April, kiye. Don't the lagi dates as COVID secretary na dini Minister. I must say, Madam Chair, the infrastructure said I had high tea said I did in a gate the hotel Hanuko ADM Brennan a grayson lira yike hayatia. Must say, Mr. Brennan, I must say, Madam Chair, hey Minister that DC grad the hotel a ye 2019-20 don't want that said that the con lagi dera said that azo hatla what I hit ali a ye would say on safo hania johi it's all network hanisias on segin la what I either the hatla somebody get let's say COVID secretary da did August 1st 2020 da like in the kinte hote hanako August 1st we kwehi a department in klasomba I la hote great slave goods like a test so do must say Madam Chair a minister see a what good this that somebody who will say government see somebody that like DC a zo who did die that who we see had dini the nizia must say Madam Chair. Hey, must say Minister. Hey, must say Madam Chair. Hey, a ye he at Aisha sits a la with an haneko. A Gary da Yike Hayatia. Deputy Minister looted. Hey, must say. Yes, at that launch is easy lazy. Has $2.7 million hat long COVID with quehy honey to get like $1 million hat long TSC so some pound 675,000 software honey what's okay home a year will good DC and Nakira will good say I had the left one time. Merci, Madam Chair. Great slave goods on get that so done. Merci. A ye said that John as on honey, look at Hassan is it with a ye hessy John a ye petroleum 257 Italy one gets a different a yes a ye you can eat the hot long with a eat honey honey see woods or the tier not a dean le what I would so some battle can want a second eat not in line le honey must say Madam Chair I say more da he had the ad la what I did let honey ke honey he Clady at a line le what a hanako 4.5 the on adza in le he tleshon gone ID what a mota seda tletwane mota senat lanilen ne 450,000 clinch shon he had hatlan gets in a new via look in neck a hits at in la what a 550 yaza in jaja Mercy, Madam Chair. Frame Lagos get that so done.
Member for Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Yellowknife Airport. Die had dat zo'n Yellowknife Airport zo'n wijzing hadden daddy. Madam, thank you, Madam Chair. Member Minister. And dat die Yellowknife Airport. And dat zo'n baga niet hadden daddy surplus hadden daddy. Yellowknife Airport season that $12 million sent. But I did the surplus honey case in that on at the US in that on and I did what I thought and I did go out what I thought and I did surplus goods on the some bought the honey then member for Frame Lake. Must see Madam Chair and I did what I thought that a year some bar we get a share some bar did listen that we get a share. Must see Madam Chair that and I did the plan and you had to in then daddy. And I do what I don't that consultation saying how to do good deeds if you know then daddy. And did that anything that and I did go out what do what I don't. And I do what I don't let that's in a good year on that 2021 since that's on Madam Chair. And this and that some buckets of share out then daddy. To airport any drainage and I do what I don't some buckets of share and I did Mercy Madam Chair, Mercy Minister, Member for Frame Lake, and I do what I don't and I do what I said so I less and less on indeed Mercy Minister. Mercy, and I did have less and less 20 page. And I did what I don't need like now no the left then daddy. And I did what I don't and I did what I don't members what's a class on left then the Mercy Minister, Member for Frame Lake. Mercy Madison that on and yes I do why you can't hear that I did the advisory committee saying and I don't advice to the minister saying and I don't and I did committee in the case and I don't and I did infrastructure Mercy Member Minister and I did what I don't the Deputy Minister Lieutenant the Hathiasale Deputy Minister Lieutenant and I did Economic Advisor Committee since that was in last in and I did what I thought they came out on what terms of reference what I did and I did me the locking its head and the increasing airline consultation scene line this partner with airport behind this and I did the Mercy Madam Chair. Mercy Deputy Minister, Mercy Madam Chair, and I did and I thought and the do public report ni sin the and the and the and the assume got in the and the what the status report you hide less and that's usually the get the lily at the and the Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Minister. The information saying that the listeners on late and that the committee saying what down and did. Mercy. Member for Frame Lake, Mercy. And Mercy, the and the young life dinner for nations that the class that committee get don't get in the level then did. And that the the ministration that I seen the Mercy, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that the the deputy minister that the you can hire to Mercy Minister, Deputy Minister. And that the and that the and that the and that and that the go out the and that and that the Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Deputy Minister. Mercy, Madam Chair, the Deputy Minister. And that the and that the Amity represent Agile. And that don't who listen land you did. The ministration that and that don't hear that sound lesson. And that who I seen her did. And I did Mercy, Madam Chair, Mercy Minister, and I did and I did the cabinet scene, and I did that. And the DJ candy which does a me committee go the high sin I live that on the cool go to do out the Mercy. Mercy Minister, member for Frame Lake, and I need you and the minister sits on high she's asking the Mercy. Mercy short recess at the daddy.
I will call this meeting back to order, committee, and we are going to continue on with member for Hay River South.
Hay River South goes on get so don't da eka. Mercy, Madam Chair. Page 259. We'll get there. We can get there. The Samba Dera. Itle Hanira Samba with any. Minister, Infrastructure, Gawo. Mercy, Madam Chair. Ye actually a no. 259. Revolving fund. Revolving Funds Act. July 1st, 2017, Hagajain Leonte, Deputy Minister Taco ADM Brennan Ako, Yike good de Hadile Taco, Masi ADM Brennan, Masi Madam Chair, the Minister said that he Klehane contact a Yira Hunte. Masi ADM. Hay River South goes on get so don Masi. Agent Klehani si agent Huti what's like a hui a daiti honey. Okay, Madam Chair. $23,500,000 what day? 8.7 what day? A year says some bahi had long it's I de when it's I claim that you some bahat long with Allah day. A year you will see he marine freight transport 27 million de get when they a year some marine freight transport de get debt free services ra a daiti honey. He si tle contaza he that loads of kehui what show don't the watch your clenake day it's on GNWT watch your clenake day a yazan daiti honey. I say, Madam Chair, Dirasi you good DC mota Indi hoke dani agalat inda se some bazon de ketle what a haniko ADM Brennan the tinta de on ye good de hadi le what a years on the eye somebody that loads a keho Mr. Brennan. Madam Chair, a question the AKC $27 million DC 5.4 million cargo Hyundai 13.8 tle contrat on the girats Hyundai it's on tle honey say Imperial Oil honey Norman Wells on akon tle akon Niger Hyundai Mass Madam Chair. Hay River South goes on get so don't Massey, Madam Chair Massey. 3 point a year some basse da honey hat on the get lay he a yajan huti wet lie yine. Mata Lati Atlasi, Mata Lati Agila, what The deal good diazada only one had di huntene ADM Brennan you can go down on le. Shipyard akon Daniel let's a dahi what's a somebody who we he we he wala hode Massey Madam Chair Hey River South goes on get so do Massey Madam Chair DSC montahe $10 million de get le hode ne $10 million de get le what's a hot lunk ho Massey Madam Chair federals on some ba mohonte goes on a lot show honey a sick glee honey tugboats di honey ella nich honey ella chone and dilani get glee honey Massey Madam Chair John is some bike who we honey shipyard terminal operation 32 million 87 million honte that clone Massey Madam Chair Mr. Brennan a good deha Massey Mr. Brennan and Massey Madam Chair he don't that look it's a di honey here jehuti rasson par contre Massey Madam Chair Here River South goes on get so don't Massey some passé with our on que we he don't azo some pas d'atlan what's okay we ajo we he night honey ajo leche wala honte Massey Madam Chair atson wo gonna ni fu honte the department see the minister see I see I call ella see the ile hoki at a good dassy you will go sits and had yes on le honey Massey Madam Chair a lot honey I sit I can take a just yet as what you what gihen is in so good at la how it's at what I ye see GNWT check here Lindsay at I was on like light there what it's on the honey and it's on neck said I got on do honey say like honey honey ko mota contagots on like do mota like get the din je honey I say contact je honey con hatlo that I can go on that headquarter hunt and honey ko 90% latlo I can do shipyard I can like there what I can contagots on do I like that one day contract honey de ADM Brennan get good day I will have done a contract I go like this say you good day what I honey ko well good DC will go down you can hear the D hadia Massey Madam Chair you good diga said I must see the one the hook is said that the ye contract na killer needs a whole lot at a la hunte. The hook is a hada contract na ke whole lot at la hunte. Either lay don na ke la ni la ho at a la at in la hunte. It's on. Indeed, that has said I contract woods wo ke ho wile ho tin hla don a me la wont on ha ho dile ho te masi the NTS program and services wo going da san le shi wo ha india dile ho te cam le go san ke te so don masi Madam Chair. Did think is that a minister he had in le when I do some bar had long a home wussy April 1st a COVID said $1 million key yeah what's on a whole we want it's us see a ye the we can eat a let a liachi can a good daddy left on any a ye dania like in the woman hey ain't you go where only let's on must see Madam Chair. ADM Brennan da weka and ayi ke good da hote ayi sadara wo kesle da de yi ke good da wala.
Thank you,
Mercy, Madam Chair. And I did in numbers in good days that hot lesson as a let that and I did just a little over $1 million in the and I do 925,000. The computers on the hardware, honey, did no software, and I did. And I did, Mercy, Madam Chair, member for Cam Lake. And I did, go out that April 1st year, that's the, and I did the honey horse that at a horse, it's a dear, then daddy. And I did, and I did, and I did, and I did, and I don't, and I did, and I did, the Mossy, the member minister, Madam Chair, that's on the Hotazi, the any case that's on the. And I do that I see you there, I see that honey, right, that honey, the sale, honey, cotton, and I did, Mercy Minister, member for Cam Lake, and I did the commitment, and I did the Mercy, the question, the softwares and the computers are we see on there, Mercy, Madam Chair, and I do ministers, finance, and I did what I see what does and what the technology was and what I did, honey laws and that's on Keshi, honey, internet, I did, honey, sees that the was that the and I did what that's on other departments, that's on the you know, I get here, they see had that, what then did. So the department is on the left in the and I did I must see member and I did and I did and I did and I did must see that's it and I did and the Hodaton Public Source Resource Fund sin and the and the and the and the and you know that the Hodaton and the public stores revolving fund and the you know intellectual item the Masi minister and the Hoda would de and the in Helanialis would delay honey codon and the Hoda the one public source resource fund see the warehouse the honey so and the and isn't that how the Danny dot there in the technology and the dear me that cares in ADM in that on Brendan in the Mussy Minister ADM Brendan and the public stores fund is in that and the public stores in the and the Hoda Sundberg a warehouse on see the Hoda see honey see the Yahola Sinhoten daddy. The Hoda the and the Hoda the hand sanitizer it's a decent that honey is that flammable the dins dick on hand the same honey hoten daddy. And the mass and go work at Teo Chin that it in Laji Hanisn, Laji Claire Hanisn that it in member for Clem Lake. Must Madam Chair that all deputy ministers that all and I did and I did go out of Young Life Airport and the COVID on. The COVID on. I think I didn't look at them daddy. And I did the airport and I did what that's on airports and that's on the and I did it's in the 2021 and that's in don't get day on at the deal then daddy. And I did the budget got at that page 251 and that's what it does in that 3.338 million. And the airlines in Young Life airports and that's on at least Greenland and daddy. And I did and the $6.82 million and that they got in some hotel daddy. And I did what that's on 480,000 they get less than that and I did what 480,000 listening and I did Mussy Madam Chair member for Camp Lake Madam Chair and I did what that's on airport improvements and that's on and I did and the air travel honey taking a gate this and that's on and I did Mussy member minister Madam Chair and that's on the ADM Brendan and and the ADM Brendan, and the Hotaton, and the and the I must see, Madam Chair, member for Camp Lake, and the go out the 2020, 2021, 2020, 21, 2020, 22 is nothing gets a daily, and the deal that and the deal that und da don't chance is not in little don't chance assim ni desin de le honde and the deal that I assim que und a chaos in that infrastructure and the airport improvement fee and then the holding the second lesson the must see member Madam Chair and the deal that and the deal that go on is on the letter that as increase the must member and the deal the page little car 251 so the day little car 251 and the infrastructure expenditures in that 2021-22 main estimate 218 million 218 101 that's not yes on lay sergeant arms and the dear sergeant at arms the what don't have to go get there and the dear what the minister yeah me and I'm yakin this hacking the and the introduce I get class is accepted the minister Gary Brendan it on the center assistant deputy minister and the dear what Robert Jenkins what se was on that day and the dear what 242 and that's on 242 242 and 246 on that that's not the AK member for Yellowknife North that you paid 244 lot down then daddy and that the federal money hot then daddy and the three subheadings in that zone and that the yeah in that zone I was seeing the must member minister Madam Chair in that zone and the ADM Brendan Mussy, Mr. Brendan, Mussy, Madam Chair, since that's on 2019, 2020, since that's on that did 4.5 million since that and that did 4.5 to 4 million. Then did y'all remember y'all live north. That do that and I did go out in 7 million since that's on the hook and what that's it. I said, what's God? Some buckets on there, some minister. And I do, Madam Chair, did, and I did, and I do, what that's on, did, ADMs, and that's on, the Jenkins, and I did, and that's on, that new gets a fast, and the DK, here, Minister, Mr. Jenkins. Must Madam Chair, and that's on the deal that deal holds on $31.2 million, then the and I did deal that Senate like yeah, or the single and I did that get housing that on the public housing scene, Motassin, the go housing, and I did that on buildings, what that, and I did that Arctic Alliance person. And I did that on the and I did forestry, honey, and I did that on get house in that on, and I did that on. Must be Madam Chair.
Different kind of contribution agreements that can be complicated, but let's make sure we spend all this $7.5
million give you what's it's a dia de le hote hana kodi da ekasi ase di rase GWT nizia lagi de na wo hani atone Massey, Madam Chair, D. AD Jenkins, he ego dawatla. Massey. Mr. Jenkins. Massey, Madam Chair. A good DC. Madam Chair, Massey. Agent Congot Awalahi. Canadian National Code ke holi hode aye here nizi kon hotsi ti hani wo hotsi ti ani ajo hunti na wo ke la tsada hont aye da kon edzan ne ke hia gont ene da le ya ni hi wo hodi ala ne kon holi hode eda aye in the Isaac ye wo he who we are honey must see Madam Chair a ye here doesn't what a department said honey gigala da the who Italy maka a ye builder standards canik lagi de say oh must see the who John biomass energy e yira se son pa wala hote e ha nisi azon asin nisi etleni rawa ka khot kha win dile hote asin e biomass hanida asin hladita etle ha hani hladiyat in lade asin what asan ba gets a dia honey Massey, Madam Chair. John Wuhata, Edadi Assistant Deputy Minister Brennan yik a good there a year here that's about that long week a hood DC a year Jean Hutti the yik a good there had the lehote ADM Brennan. Here must see Madam Chair. A year as Jean Hutti as a program that had the hote Hanukkah 2019-20 1.8 million what ain't Hanukkah a biomass a use on la call want $2.8 million illa hotante hatlo some bike a hoodie at in hote a $20 million hat lots and keho we hote Massey Mr. Brennan y'all knife North Goods like a test so done Massey Madam Chair Minister said that had the Department Infrastructure said as government said that as a gets on it like Kohanika Quazon Claniazon Huntina get Didi Hunten no let me here what's on Keho we no let me Jean what's on Keho we had di Huntenatally I didn't say some bike gets a dilly Sergeant what hats at Hahunte. The minister say what are distributing heating honey we're going to eat the honey and the park corpse on care either I didn't say ye honey that we're going to a kid and is there honey a ye honey district heating a ye say I did that we're going to it's a care honey minister must say Madam Chair the Assistant Deputy Minister Robert Jenkins you get good there ADM Jenkins must see Madam Chair District Heating needs on honey the program what we get a lot there the district heating system GNWTC any grant program say we got lots at that one either the 25% lot London business gets on there it's on what that contrasi nisi that's on don't have nisi get had the left one there it's on what hunt Sergeant work at that one there heating system Hanyarjan what got that one there a agent did the agent sits what did well that's a down there must say.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with a comment in that, if I think it's Greenland has 16 of its communities on.
Kohani Honoda get take here Kohani district heating honey that get ila Honda it $60 million hard utilities but some bike it's a few Honda it a biomass with that Honda
and sneak one more in where are we at with the business case for Tulston? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Tulston okay here than it's a honey Madam Chair the Deputy Minister you will good there with that must see ADM Jenkins must see Madam Chair the Tulston okay had there you don't something what I get here let's eat the had I got done won't get a there honey call Monta said I need to settle hunte Monta he in la don't something in la gihe goods a there hunte either a ye honey see the hook is a gihe so goods a leha honine Miss Massey Mr. Jenkins great slave goods on get test so don't hey Massey Madam Chair do you need to what's a done it Arctic Energy Alliance what should they get a youth some he Did he some buckets lot in the community government he renewable energy program see ajon di hanisi asim Arctic Energy Alliance the adane department gi he don alagi de honi asin don dera don like ege kwe honi azun dera yi ha holle hain lesi dera lagi de le honi the minister Madam Chair Arctic Energy Alliance said that somebody gets a lega non-profit against the dean said that asiazo de tia lega hanina was a wohodi di rase Arctic Energy Alliance 2.74 million hote hesi gi helat's eat there hote Guhisi monta asi goods on energy honey program city tia lega hania zo huti work at a tahode the D said that somebody gets in ha lega lagi de non-profit against ehode haniko Mr. Jenkins did you get good day I wish Masi Minister Assistant Deputy Minister, Madam Chair, Minister said hata hadi hude, non-for-profit, Gili said somba de get sia lega lagi de hude, hani kodi energy ke hudira hani ke lagi de hude, the DC adania lagi dara na wugi hude. $2.7 million given jahonte either the 3.5 million see lagi de honte $5.9 million hatlon indi hoke hatlon sombai given jahonte either do monta 120 yazon honte 150 azon 54 hatlon se that don and as on such honey mota don't get Nija honda solar panel pellet heating hanya mota don't gira sati agila honda 3.3 million hot cloud so kehu wo honda editi seda hotlo gora lagi de honda somebody tlonki at insidera segira lada honda gi masi great slave goods like that so don't case at Arctic Energy Alliance said said I want the case I say minister say training program Arctic Energy Alliance and I don't give who I get who had delay honey government said it's a good deal ha program I don't it's a good deal ha I say honey technical expert honey long go shi hoda ko honey ko gira la son lati hode da di honey se da don son li ali who I get honey de nezia hode asimo ta he giga la da honey de hone kontana de se gine get ha de le hode asin department se alliance I get di honey said the dean giga di hani azun tonso hage di ha giga la da honini massive Minister Madam Chair that is ya di la hon department see wo gi go to dozut ha hote the tanne kese da zongo heda got ese ye hajo hunt ise da nize don he lagi de hote da department se da hani ha guesses ha de le da ma say great slave go to get so don ha minister se da de no de ni da chi wo he go to de le hote asi le Thailand ni ra se son pa la le la ni hote 2019 e somba dani somba ke wuse Arctic Research Foundation, Northern Transportation, e yihi somba wala hi ta de galani federal government a somba na gilada ke la gite honte hani ko e yila hi wo ke la ho dasi ase ye minister se ase ye hanega se indago ganinde ase somba hanega wala ha honi masi Madam Chair ye to lead a solar project in Slazon ye work a hot traga somebody jaile hote ye contrahi ye la hot awuna gint ela ho hanako ye se da dia di la ho asi ye hani do contra light azon la ni ha hot la ha leni de ye haniga se da zon government se da those llun hani se da non-profit society da you get la da ha da one zingo ga la da internet alene zin la ginda de sin da ho da masi great slave goods on get so don masi Madam Chair. The Arctic Energy Alliance a ye wo good DC ADM go rein on koda a ye hwa go a ye line le honte Eda he audits that some bagira night has as and gilla nagin tasi wiki hey tisi masi weapon huntenet ali the Northern Transportation on kehe ITH a ye innovative tag highway wo some ba wo I see that Manitoba on a yes in tea lineage in her when they did a Manitoba on company you got ha get the hinle what as get done at high get in le what I see mota a tea lead there who linse I see mota nizia agilla honini as a giga toile what a yedas a yehane I see didn't chago set la haget dinide I see federal governments or somebody's egg head I did he lead the honey nizin le who did that I see senat la hadi le when he gets a did that somebody gets a cadi le when I must say Masi, Madam Chair, Masi. He, you won't good desi.
And I deal in New York, on talk to Kelly, Q, ye, hunt endly, hunt end the day that. And I deal with the ADM Brendan, ADM Brendan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Had the at a deal with that on the Kehood at the Rasmus Bunnies out in the hunt air. And I did. And I did. And I did. And that's on March 31st. That's on what I did. The University of Manitoba. What I did. That's on construction. Who get in hoodie. And I did what that's on the. And that's on the. And that's on. And I did. I must see, Madam Chair. Must see, member for Great Slave. And I did what that's on. Did what that's on. Motasni University. Did what that's on. The I didn't last in work. I did what then did. And I did what that's on. And I did what that's on. And that's on. And I did what I got. I mean, you. Dio da ke li ha ni sin da chin wu ni sin na le sin ha de sin ha ni sin ha honte da road repair ho di da no de da e ke sin da da Arctic Research anta di the anta the Great Slave Lakes in the anta di hotaton anta di hotaton anta di alla sin anta nezin hotan dedi anta di the anta the anta di the anta the budget in what only anta di yes in the anta di mercy member minister mercy Madam Chair the members in 2MARCH2021 in the at the Great Slave Nation that's on what they get and that's all the and that's all the at that's all that's all in that in the hot and the and that the and that's all the ENRC dishes it I like that hot and the and that the must see. Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake. And Madam Chair, that's member for Great Slave Sinali, that's the and that's the how many that summer student big as a card in big like a day honey the must see Minister. Madam Chair, the hotaton the need lesson on the Huaga Minister Mr. Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair, that's on Minister had decent that's on the and that the hotaton and that the thousand project has in the and that the hotaton northern region. Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Mr. Member for Camp Lake. And that summer students got and this is what in the and that the and that the hot on it like good days on a good day in the same and that the and that the order HCS in that's the 2030 in that's on Interstructure $5.3 million and that's on Energy Alliance Hassan Bawala at the and that's on it had on the Connie Hanis in the Tio Daddy it's in the again at this in Northwest Territories and that the Mercy member minister. At the 2030 the plan was in that the and that go out that time goes on going this in the 2030 see bigger picture and it that the and that the and that this why that's a delay that's a and the must see, Madam Chair, must see, Minister, member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much. And di hoda zong da eke di hoda zong must see, member minister. And di madam, thank you, Madam, must see, Madam Chair. Sin da zong sin hoda zong ADM sin da zong. And di hoda zong the deputy minister, the and zong Jenkins, the dingo to good there. ADM Jenkins, must see, Madam Chair. And the 4 to 5 million 2021 since that's on 21-22. And the what that's why that's in the and the and the Buddha grant program see hunt the and that's on and the and that's on what that's on the decon is in Kaho decon le what I can't clear any Kaho ni. What is the member for Camp Lake? Must see, Madam Chair, and that not there, and I do the administration that's on the, and I do that's at the, that's at this, and that's at the instant that Motasni get do here, but she get the honey scene, who I see what then daddy. Must see. Thank you, member. And I did. Asin Hatia, Dihodazon, and the Dihodazon break at there. Break at there.
Committee of the Whole back to order. We are continuing on energy and strategic initiatives on page 243. And member for Tłı chȯ.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'd like to touch upon, well, what I notice in the main estimates, there's Arctic Energy Alliance is getting $1.6 million, and the biomass energy is only getting $200,000. I know government, from what I'm hearing and everything, is we're getting pretty heavy on getting away from the greenhouse gas, or lowering our greenhouse gas emissions overall. And it's not going to come overnight, but there was plans to get to bring those levels down overall. And we spent considerable amount of resources, lots of money, on fuels, whether it be diesel fuels or liquid natural gas, propane. And the future looks like, we're looking at biomass, whether it be wood pellets, wood chips, or briquettes. I think briquettes are a common commodity. I think in Europe they're changing over from pellets to briquettes. And there's even a market where you can harvest willows to make your fuels. I'm not the expert in there, but I'm just really wondering how serious we are as a government to looking at the biomass energy, because when you're only spending $200,000, I don't know what that's doing, but we don't even have research and development area within infrastructure to really look at this. And we should have a line item for that. I'm just wondering if I could get the energy guy to give me some insight into this. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Government of Northwest Territories has delivered a number of biomass projects to help reduce some of the greenhouse gas emissions and also operating costs. So the use of wood pellets, wood pellet boilers have proven to be a reliable technology in the Northwest Territories, and residents, as well as businesses and local governments, have all benefited from this success. So I do want to ensure the member that yes, the government is serious about using when and where we can more biomass heating. So the use of this is considered for all JWT facilities that are being constructed. So yes, we are looking at it at any new builds that the government is looking at constructing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Merci to the Minister for that. But I think she missed the mark here in what I was, the gist of my statement. As I'm aware of what the government is doing, I see it. I worked in infrastructure. I know what you've been doing. Any new government buildings, you're converting. And you're converting just government buildings, only government stuff. I'm looking at a big picture here. And I said it, where's our research and development to harness biomass energy and use throughout the Northwest Territories? That's why I asked if there was if the energy guy, Robert, could provide us what they see in this field. Merci.
Member, just remember to direct your questions to me, and the minister, I'll direct it to the Minister. Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were looking at this budget here, and the title is Grants, Contribution and Transfers. You look at that line item that the member is speaking of, and it's 200,000 in biomass energy. And I do want to point out that is specific for specific 200,000 that's given to Arctic Energy Alliance in order to support biomass in homes. Just that project. This area in the budget speaks of grants, contribution, transfers. That's what the department's transferring. So that's what that line item is. And once we get into some of the other, perhaps we maybe even past asset management, where we talk a little bit more about what we're doing in terms of some biomass projects incorporating into our new infrastructure build, perhaps we can speak about it then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I've gone past what's there. I was asking a question. But how serious are we as a GNWT government to look at harnessing biomass energy or the Northwest Territories moving forward to get rid of the greenhouse gas emissions? Because like I was saying, we spend considerable amount of financial resources buying fuels, for paying in fuels. You know, are we going to get serious about reducing greenhouse gas emissions? So where do we have a line item within infrastructure, the Energy and Strategic Initiatives Energy Department, that shows research and development? And are we going to be serious and start putting our thoughts and our energy into that? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's, I said in answering the first question that we are serious about biomass. And we're serious because we're looking at new infrastructure build and how we can incorporate biomass into new buildings. But I think I will direct my ADM to speak a bit more about some of the projects directly related to some of the biomass projects that's happening within our infrastructure. Go ahead, ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of work going on in terms of biomass energy. So the Minister correctly identified the 200,000 that's going to Arctic Energy Alliance. Again, wood pellet boilers, a reliable technology that we're looking to advance. We have a number of projects underway. The GNWT has installed 39 biomass boilers, 3 of which are under commercial arrangements, so quite a bit of work done there. We have 2 programs, the Government Greenhouse Gas Fund and the Buildings and Industry Grant Fund, which again are application-based by individuals, businesses, or governments, other levels of government, that could include district heating. And that is under the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. There's funds there available for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, because I know what you're just listing what you currently have. I'm looking for a research and development section of everything so that we look at biomass seriously. And it should be a separate report saying, hey, this is where we're looking at, and the different types of biomass energy. Because I have a problem with just keeping it within infrastructure, because the NWT Housing Corporation needs help to address harnessing biomass energy in our communities up and down the valley. It went from 2,400 units to 2,600 units, and I heard now there was 2,900 units. And hooking them up to like a district heating systems that we've been talking about, and I think I threw this out when I first got here. We need to see ways that we can save on our heating energy costs using biomass, that the government realizes in the long run significant savings which we can pass back on to the consumers through a cost of living. And this has got to hit the Northland Utilities Power Company and the Northern Transportation, or NTPC power companies. Why don't they incorporate biomass instead of just burning up diesel year after year after year? Has anybody talked to them? But even the Housing Corp needs, we need that crossover so that we got the Energy Department working with all these groups here and really taking a serious look moving forward. We need to be serious about this and do it. I don't want to hear about, oh, we got more projects here and there and there. It's, where's the research and development department to get us where we need to go? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister, did you have any response to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear where the member's coming from. Right now, you know, within our current Department of Infrastructure, we do not have a research and development embedded in any of our energy budget. This is perhaps something we could look at going forward to be able to ensure that we have cost savings in all our energy within the territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, the 12.339 million, what percentage of those funds would actually stay in Yellowknife versus go out to projects in the communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the variety of grants, contribution, and transfers. It is quite diverse. You know, predominantly, majority of these should stay within, if not all of them should stay within the Northwest Territories. But I'll just get ADM Brennan to give it a. It's a hard question. I don't know. It's not something we've looked at, but I'll let him give it a shot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I need the member to repeat the question. I never heard the full question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member, can you repeat your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're looking at total contributions of 12.388 million, and I'm just wondering what percentage of that amount stays in Yellowknife for Yellowknife type project, for Yellowknife projects, versus what ends up in the communities for support to the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we have that number available with us today, but most of these programs are application-based programs, so the actual amount that paid every year would depend on the applicants that would receive. If you look at the Community Access Program, for example, I think that normally 100% of that money is outside of Yellowknife. But the other programs, we would have to go back to our funded agencies such as AEA to get a list of the people of where it went. So we definitely don't have it here with us tonight, though, so my apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to see those, see where that distribution is, because, you know, when you go outside Yellowknife here, and pretty well predominantly First Nations, Indigenous communities, and I just want to see, you know, what the buy-in is in those communities, and you know, the understanding as well of you know, of these programs, and if they actually know they're available. I guess the other thing is what I'd like to know as well is you know, we you know, I've got no problem with energy and strategic initiatives. I think we have to, you know, we have to look down the road, and as much as I'm an oil and gas guy, I realize I have to you know, adapt and change. And so I would like to know, I guess, what have we looked at, what the cost savings, I guess, or are we getting value for our dollar by switching over to alternate type of energies in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, within our bigger strategy of the strategic 2030 Energy Strategic and Action Plan, I think within there we have targets, and within our targets we're able to kind of match where we're at every couple years to be able to see if we're on target. And I'm just going to see if ADM Jenkins wants to elaborate a little bit more in terms of his views on whether or not we're doing any savings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the one that we have right in front of us that we could provide this evening is some of the savings associated with some of the biomass energy initiatives that we have ongoing. And so in 2019-20, there was a utility savings of $1.85 million. And that was based on the use of using 7,400 tons of wood pellets. And in essence, we're displacing diesel. And these projects displaced almost 4 million liters of diesel. And ultimately, we're working towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, reduced just over 10,500 tons of greenhouse gas emission reductions. I think that's the one that we have here at hand that we can provide tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have now is, for smaller communities, I'm just wondering if, you know, if the research is being done to see the cost savings in the smaller communities as well. Because I know that, you know, we look at the Housing Corporation and we say, oh, well, they should, you know, sometimes upgrade their houses, make them airtight and all this. Well, that causes mold problems. It causes a whole bunch of things which we pay for down the road, and then there's really no cost savings. So I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're doing here isn't creating more problems that will cost us in the end anyway. So, yeah, Minister can comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Hay River?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, well, the 12.38 million, the government does, you know, has changed over, you know, some of their energy requirements to biomass, and how much of that cost, or does any of it come out of this 12.38 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is no. But I will get ADM Brennan to be able to talk a little bit more about why it's a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the money that we save by putting in biomass boilers basically just frees up money in the budgets for other GNWT initiatives. This money here is funding that the department provides to various agencies or applicants for taking on their own initiatives. So no, there's no money, no savings in this number, 12.38 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this 12.388 million goes towards projects that are accessed probably mainly by residents and businesses, private businesses. Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you look along the list of the contributions, it varies. You look at one example of the Community Access Program where it's proposal-based, and we put requests for proposals out twice a year. We get applicants, and we go through the department to be able to determine, you know, deliver that type of funding. You look at the Arctic Energy Alliance, where we provide direct funding to the Arctic Energy Alliance Coalition, and they determine that. So it quite varies. Looking down the line, I want to say it's quite a mix of both providing either just contributions or perhaps just transferring some money or grants. So I'm not sure if the members wanting to go into each 2, 4, 6, 8, 20 of them or whatever and determine what is grants, contribution, or transfers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's fine. I guess I can look at it. If I have further questions, I can ask the minister at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll try to break this down to something more regional, and then I'll probably speak to something a little more broader in terms of globally. But I'll just start just looking at page 244, just as a whole. I circled a few items that were sunsetted: Arctic Research Foundation, Tłı Solar Project, and one that's understandably that was sunsetted was for that Tłı Highway study, the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative. But then, looking at this, you know, it just seems like we're like, in terms of research and development outside of Yellowknife, it just kind of all stopped. And I guess my first question to the minister is, and I don't want to sound anti-Yellowknife here, but I want to see how much of all these line items on page 244 are based in Yellowknife. How much percentage of that? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if I have that level of detail on whether or not. I'm assuming that, you know, pick on Arctic Energy Alliance. Most of the regions have a Arctic Energy Alliance office that does their own work. I'm looking to ADM Bren to see if he wants to take a look at this to be able to determine. I'm pretty sure majority of the lists on the contributions are either administered by a department in Yellowknife, or perhaps maybe some of them are delivered at a community level. I'll just see if ADM wants to just try and answer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we definitely don't have a list of how much of this money will be spent outside of Yellowknife, partially because, again, it's an application-based program and we don't know where the applications are going to come from. About half of this money, $6.2 million, is for the Arctic Energy Alliance, and certainly they offer services and grants, rebates to various members and communities throughout the NWT. This money goes to community governments, it goes to residents, it goes to businesses all across the Northwest Territories, and it will depend and will change every year based on where the applicants come from. So, with the exception of, you know, some core funding we provide the Arctic Energy Alliance, everything else is pretty much application based. So I think the number will change every year, and we just don't have that information with us right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Sure, yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those numbers, because, again, it goes on to my next question, because, I mean, on page 246, there's 28 positions headquarters, and I'm assuming that's all here in Yellowknife. I mean, if the minister's correct in saying that there's offices around, I imagine they don't have all the information on the Arctic Energy Alliance, but I'd like to see what kind of, because it is money from the public purses. It'd be nice to know how many jobs outside of Yellowknife that the AEA has, or Arctic Energy has outside of Yellowknife. Yeah. So again, I guess they don't have the information, but we'll get it at a later date. And I guess by going back into my more global kind of thinking, I always think of new ideas. I brought this up with my members in another forum, but I talked about, you know, server farms. You know, it's and you look at the R&D here, you know, and I did some homework outside a couple days ago about this, and there are server farms all over like the world, and like a lot of tech giants, they like to choose the colder climates. Like Iceland they're working on a big project right now, and they're gonna wire fiber optics out of their country and serve other areas of the world. Finland, the Scandinavian countries, because of the climate, like their favorable conditions, and one of the things interesting about server farms is because it generates so much heat, I guess it's an alternative form of energy that they heat buildings as well. So, I mean, is that something that this department would be interested in doing, and possibly, you know, researching, and you know, probably just putting the antenna out there, I guess, or try to get some interest in doing that? Is that something that the minister would be interested in, your department? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm hearing a lot of great ideas today. Unfortunately, they can't really be put in the budget right now, but it is something we can look at to be able to, you know, if and where there's opportunity to cost savings. and come and look at innovative ideas on how we can save money. I mean, you look at some of the costs that we put into the energy strategic initiatives and some of the projects going out, and try and balance some of the cost savings. It is different, but I hear the members' concern about trying to get out there and look at some exciting programs and initiatives that are happening all over the world, and I hear also the need for a little bit more focus on more perhaps research and development in terms of looking at saving money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, I understand, just in terms of what we're working on here, but it's always good to just start those conversations and just kind of get that out there and finding ways. Like I said, I'm always going to look for ways to try to streamline the way we do business and try to find ways for revenue and that sort of thing. So I'll leave that as a comment, and I'm kind of excited about this. I'm going to do more research on this, and I'll probably share that information with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just probably a couple of areas. First is Member for Trinidad-Willowday talked about the cost breakdown. I'd like to see that as well. Provide a list for the last 5 years, the community contribution. It does vary on an annual basis based on application, but last 5 years we should have a good idea who got what. The 12 million previous years, last 5 years, there can be a breakdown of funding contribution. That will give us a good idea where the money is expended, either Yellowknife or outside Yellowknife, so, and the regions as well. So if we can get that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the areas I've been focusing on is the biomass, the 200K, to assist the increase of modern wood burning technologies to heat homes and buildings in the communities. As you know, we serve a lot of communities are isolated, high cost of living in the communities, no road infrastructures. So those are real challenges that we're faced with today. I can only speak to the experience that I've had with my own alternative heat in my home. In 2003, we purchased a pellet boiler system. At that time, it cost us $10,000. That was 18 years ago. I'm sure it's way higher now, probably double, almost double. And it did cut my heat in half, the cost on an annual basis. So it is beneficial. But 200,000 can only stretch so much. When you serve 33 communities, 200,000 a pot, that's 6,000 per community. That's like the pocket change for the government of Northwest Territories, Madam Chair. We should have that increase over the years. If you talk to people that install pellet boilers, it's all good news. Wood burning, all great news. But we're still at that low level. So has that been contemplated by this department over the years to increase that funding? If not, why not? Madam Chair, that would be my first question.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we did provide through the Arctic Energy Alliance program a lot of funding, which we've completed with just in the last fiscal year, like $5.9 million, resulting in some of the energy rebates, some 120 home energy efficient kits, 150 energy audits, deep home energy, 54 wood stoves that were installed at an additional 66 delivered to the communities. So I mean, you know, this is not just 200,000 in addition to providing to homeowners who wish to do some of this work themselves, but we are providing some community work as well to some of the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Malfi.
Madam Chair, obviously that is good news. A lot of my communities have benefited from wood stoves. But I serve 4 communities, almost 4,000 people. And when members talking about 54, that's 54 throughout the Northwest Territories possibly. And even my communities, obviously there's an outcry for wood stoves. A lot of our people are not employed in the community, and they're struggling. And power went out to 20 hours in Yatıì. Some communities were fortunate they had wood stove, but a lot of them didn't have wood stove. So those are real challenges. It's real stories. And yes, Arctic Energy Alliance, their money is set aside there, but I'm strictly referring to the biomass energy 200,000 that's to assist increased use of modern wood burning technologies. So I'm referring to a pellet boiler system. And not everybody has or in a position to purchase $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 worth of equipment to cut down their costs of on an annual basis. Even the pellet bags, they're 40 pound a bag. Just imagine transporting that to isolated communities that do not have road access. So there's a substantial cost, and just wondering if there's been an appetite to assist those communities at the initial stage. Usually government turns to individual community members saying, you buy this and we'll give you a rebate. But not everybody has money up front. So I'm just wondering, because it says to assist increase use of modern wood burning, how are they assisting, Madam Chair? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at this program here, the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund, and you know, some of the things, the allocation to the GWT is $31.2 million for initiative to reduce greenhouse gas. So the total project expenditures, including GWT as well as third-party contribution, will total about $74.2 million if all the programs are fully subscribed. So this funding is allowed for 6 approved initiatives. I'm not going to go into all of them because, I mean, or I can, but I won't. But one of them is the energy retrofits of public housing. So I mean, this is just one part of this this fund that can assist residents that live either in housing or public housing. I'm going to get ADM Jenkins to speak a little bit more about, you know, what are some opportunities, more specifically about what the members speaking about in terms of helping individual homeowners to be able to provide some wood stoves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to speak to a few of the AEA programs that are provided, specifically looking at, there is one that's a new program that's called the Low Income Home Winterization Program, basically designed to help energy upgrades more accessible for low income owner occupied homes. That is a new program there through AEA. In terms of providing energy saving products, not particularly in terms of what you referred to in terms of biomass boilers, but ways to basically make homes more energy efficient and potentially save costs. There's, of course, the Community Wood Stove Program. That's a program that's already existing, and basically AEA works with basically provides programming in communities, you know, after installations are done to help in that. So there's programs there. As the Minister mentioned, there's also the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, and there's grant programs, GHG grant programs that for governments in the NMT, including community and Indigenous governments, that could be used to fund projects that result in GHG emission reductions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Arctic Energy Alliance and other programs, there's always a threshold. Not everybody qualifies. And some people are making just beyond the threshold and they don't qualify for wood stove. So those are individuals I'm voicing for. And so I'm certainly hoping that the minister will seriously consider these areas. Madam Chair, next one I have obviously is a community access program, the 1.48 million. I know it goes directly to the communities. As you know, COVID-19 hit us over a year now, and there's been a lot of cabins built on my area, Highway 3. So I'm assuming those are community access roads that we're referring to. So how many communities or cabins have we covered, I guess, over a COVID year period? And 1.48, is that enough? I don't think it is, because I'm seeing a lot of cabins going up. So, Madam Chair, that would be my question to the Minister and her shop.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Community Access Fund is on a yearly basis, like I said, 1.5 application base. In terms of the breakdown as to, you know, what do we give for trails, what do we give for access roads, what do we give for there, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he has a breakdown, as he's the guy in charge specifically of that CAP program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Community Access Program, 1.5 million for access roads, trails, docks, wharves. We have two application the summer and a winter intake. To date in 2020-21, we've approved 26 construction projects totaling just over $1.58 million. We do have a breakdown of the projects that were funded, both in the summer construction projects as well as the winter construction projects, broken down by region. It would take a little bit of time to go through, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Minister, can we get a commitment that we could get a copy of that list for the members? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just looked at the infrastructure website. The latest document that has the word biomass in it is from 2017. It's a fact sheet. So, but I think I heard the minister say that there's some kind of study or strategy that was developed. Can the minister just tell me very briefly what that is and commit to share it with the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to see if ADM Jenkins has further information, very specific, like really quick answer in what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins, really quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be captured under the energy strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, look, is it a separate document and can it be shared with the committee, standing committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking to support staff here to see if we're able to share it, and I'm seeing nodding, and I'm going to ask ADM Jenkins to see if that's possible, because I really don't know where we're at in that document. I've got so many numbers and stuff in front of me here to be able to find it very quickly, and it's not going to be very quick, so I'd see if he can do this quicker than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to look that up on the website and take a look and see if there is a new document there. I'm not aware, so I'll have to go and do some look. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Just burned up 2 minutes with what I thought was a simple question, so I think I'll move on. So I've been here for over 5 years now. I've never seen a detailed cost estimate for the Tolson expansion project or the Slave Geological Province Road. I heard the minister or somebody say that there's supposed to be an updated cost estimate for Tolson in the first quarter of the new year. Can the minister commit to share that cost estimate with Standing Committee? Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's going to be a no because I don't know specifically what I committed to or what I said, other than, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and commit to something that I don't know whether it's shareable or not. So the answer is no.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'll be here 3 months from now asking for it. So is there an updated cost estimate being prepared for the Slave Geological Province Road or the road to Lockhart or whatever the heck it's called now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, can the minister tell me when that study is going to be finished, and can she share it with Standing Committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just, if you know, I'm wasting some time here, but without finding the right information, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he knows more information while I find that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got $40 million in funding for Slave Geological Province Corridor. We're going through the environmental, regulatory, and other type of information gathering, which would support regulatory applications. Obviously, we'd have to look as we go through this process similar to Tolston and look at the business case for the project. We don't have a time right now. We're looking at hopefully having a regulatory application in for the Lockhart All-Season Road sometime in next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is more of a comment. We spent tens of millions of dollars on these two projects, and we still, I as a legislator have not seen an updated cost estimate. I don't know what else I can say. That's just not good management. So I'll leave it at that. I want to ask about the strategic infrastructure line on page 243, $667,000. Can someone tell me briefly what that is actually for? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the strategic infrastructure line, there's not a change in it from previous. It's due to unfunded positions and an increase of O&M spending. So I'm looking at it as no change, but I'm going to look to ADM Brennan to just confirm, because I see a difference here, but I'll just get him, because there is a decrease of $133,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Madam Chair, so the $667,000 is $560,000 for salary and about $100,000 for O&M, including travel and some contracts and materials and supplies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that concise response. I'd understood that the department was doing some studies, research, cost estimates for small hydro projects close to some of the Tłı chȯ communities, including Yatıì, Yatıì, Wekwati. Can someone tell me the status of that work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get either ADM Jenkins to find that in his book really quickly and respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one project I can speak to quickly is the project for Yatıì. We've done some hydrological modeling on that, or monitoring, sorry, since 2018, looking at doing a community scale hydropower project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Rather than eat the clock up here, can I get a commitment then from the Minister to share some more information about what that project is all about and whether there's any other mini hydro projects or work being done in the other Tłı chȯ communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, Madam Chair, that's a yes. Anyways, the ADM did speak about one of the projects. The other one we can share information is the Yatıì transmission line that's happening as well. So there are some projects that are taking place that the department will be able to provide an update as to where we're at with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that commitment from the Minister. The Yatıì transmission line, though, has nothing to do with mini hydro. It's about bringing snare power over to Yatıì, but at what I can feel is an exorbitant cost. Same cost, we could actually build mini hydro in 3 of the Tłı chȯ communities and make them energy self-sufficient, but we'll have that discussion later. Just a couple more cleanup questions, if I can. My colleague from Daecho asked about research and development. Can someone confirm whether there's actually any research and development capacity within the Department of Infrastructure for biomass? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some of the things that we are alternative renewable energy research is, it's funding used for academic leading edge research and development to push technology. But without going any further, that's as much as I know on research and development. So I'll ask ADM Jenkins to be able to see if he can give further information on R&D. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we do have engineers and different. Well, we got smart people in the division, and they do a lot of work. And as an early adopter and now a leader in the use of biomass for heating across the territory, we've actually been contacted by territorial and provincial agencies in terms of our expert technical input into projects in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wow, I actually got through all my questions. And I want to thank the Minister and her staff for responding fairly quickly. Just wanted to note for the record that we have a wood pellet boiler system as well in our home. And when we put it in, it was $35,000. So the prices have gone up significantly, but it is a big cost benefit. We actually have hoppers on the outside of the house, and it's delivered pneumatically. So with pressure, they can blow the pellets into hoppers and don't have to load the individual bags in. So it's a big benefit that way, especially when you're an old guy. But we need more money to do wood pellets, but even more importantly, wood chips. You're not going to get wood pellets in the off-road communities, and we got to look at technology that allows for wood chips to be used. So that's my pitch, to try to get the Minister and our staff to do some more work on wood chips and biomass in general. That's all I've got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll take that as a comment, and I thank you for the member sharing that. That's really good to hear that people are doing this on their own. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Since I think there are no further questions under this, because we've gone through everybody, please turn to page 243. Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Operations Expenditures, 2021-2022 main estimates, 19,030,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the new witness into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witness, your new witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have still with us today is Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan, and we have Assistant Deputy Minister Gary Vandermeer for Programs and Services.
Welcome. Mr. Vandermeer, welcome. All right, so thank you, committee. And now we were going to move on to programs and services, beginning on page 247 with information item on page 249. Questions? Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have a few questions, I think, on the fuel service. I hope this is the right area. You know, I know in my writing in Lutzelke, like the fuel has to be shipped in there, and you know the prices of fuel shift from year to year. I'm just wondering right now, can the minister just explain the main item here, I guess, is the actuals to the main estimates, that variance. Thank you, and explain that.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we look at the fuel services, and I think that's where the member is looking at, so we had a increase of 32,000 for amortization adjustment, but there is a variance of 2.3, which the department absorbed expenditures in order for fuel services division to stay within its authorization stabilization limits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is a sticking point even in the community in Lutzelke, because you know once the price is announced and then that's the price for the year, but prices always are like fuel are always fluctuating, and I'm just wondering how the department determines how they keep a certain price for fuel in the communities, and how do they determine what rates they're going to be charging, and how they arrive at that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM John Vandenberg to speak to this. Or, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Good, I can hear myself. I thought I might have to push something. With respect to the determination of fuel prices, the fuel prices are based on a number of cost components. The cost components include the wholesale purchase price of the product itself, I'm doing this from memory, the commissions paid to the local community contractor for distribution of the fuel, the transportation cost of the fuel to the community, the taxes, of course, there's various fuel taxes that are part of that, an O&M levy as well, which covers the cost of the overall operation for the fuel services division of the Department of Infrastructure, which includes staffing costs and office costs, various costs. All of those come together to determine the total price of fuel that's charged to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willade.
Attorney, yeah, I appreciate that response. So I guess if we get some numbers back, like for all the communities that have to have their fuel delivered, and it's going to be, I know it's going to be different from community to community based on what I was just told here. So if you get a breakdown by community, what the fuel prices are on average in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, if that's possible.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, we have, I believe we have a list here that we could share. So within each of the communities in the North Slave, the Tłı chło Yatıì, Satu, and the Beaufort Delta, in each of the different categories, we're able to classify what the price per liter is for diesel heating, diesel motive, gasoline, and NAP HTHA, as well as jet fuel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. I appreciate that. One other concern too, like was brought to me by my constituents, especially in Lutzka, they look, they're always watching fuel prices. They see on the news, all of a sudden, a price will dip in fuel like it becomes cheap everywhere. That happens from time to time. But all of a sudden, like the prices of the fuel in a small community stay the same. Is there ever going to be an appetite to kind of keep with the times? If you see the price of fuel drops like across the board, will the department ever follow suit and try to keep things, I guess, fair for our small communities? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, really good question. I wish I could say yes right now, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to ask ADM Vanberg to see if he can help me out with that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The price of fuel in the communities that we serve, the Petroleum Products Program under the Fuel Services Division, serves 16 communities in the Northwest Territories, and for each of those, as was pointed out, there's a different cost structure, different cost component. The components are the same essentially, but the prices to do that are different. A smaller fraction of that total price is actually the wholesale price of the cost of fuel. So when we see fuel fall in various parts of the country, what we have to understand is that our cost of our contractors local to distribute the fuel in the communities, the cost of transportation, the cost of our levy, our various overhead costs, they don't really change very much. So even though the price of fuel, the wholesale price may change somewhat, the price change for the communities as what they pay, what the citizens pay, doesn't change that much. I don't know if that answers the question, but.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. If I could just get something in writing from the ministers about the breakdown of the wholesale costs and some of the factors in. So, because I know I'm going to get that question again in the future, just so I could explain to my constituents what factors into the cost of fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Member.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the line item for occupational health and safety on page 248. I note that it's $306,000 for the upcoming year, which is an increase of $150,000 or so. It is my understanding that that is a staffing position increase. Now, for me, it's really concerning to see that for a department with an overall budget of, what are we looking at here, $278 million, that there's only $306,000 being spent on health and safety. This is the department of the doers and the workers and the people that are out in the field and active. And I feel that the health and safety funding is woefully short. Perhaps the minister can speak to whether or not the department is looking to increase funding for occupational health and safety roles within the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the occupational health safety is crucial to some of the line of work that we do within Marine Transportation Services, or let alone the Department of Infrastructure. In terms of the increase, and I know it doesn't look like a lot, but we did increase by one extra position in the Northwest Territories. Perhaps one's not enough. I think that's where the member's going, and that is something we can look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a further comment to that. I do think it would be worthwhile as we look at integrating things and breaking down silos within the GNWT that the entire health and safety program of the Government of the Northwest Territories be looked at, and perhaps one unified one created, which would be great along with a public safety department, but I will follow up with the minister at a later date on that. Can the minister speak to, sorry, I've just lost my spot here. I really do need glasses, particularly at the end of this day. You know what? I'm going to leave it there, and if I could come back to my spot, I will just send an email. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, member. Any further questions from members under programs and services? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a timeline when we expect all departments to be on our digital integrated management system, our digital record system, aka DIMS? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to find actually I'm using up his time, so I'm going to turn it over to ADM Vandenberg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you that at this time, and I may have mentioned this before, that the DIMS hasn't been implemented at a few of the departments: Education, Culture and Employment, Health and Social Services, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and at the Legislative Assembly. So the implementation of DIMS is certainly high on our priority list. We're working with the departments to do that. You may know that the Occupational Records Classification System and the Administrative Records, the ARCs and the ORCs classification systems need to be accomplished by these departments before we can fully implement the DIMS in these departments. And again, we're working with them to see that happens, and that is really the denominator of how long it will take to get it done. We do have a schedule. We want to move forward on this as quickly as possible.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we spend $2.5 million a year on corporate information management. Getting all of our departments on the same records is essential for the ATIP implementation. It's essential for any sort of digital government work we have to do. I hear what the department's saying is that there's a readiness aspect, and that the first step is departments getting their records in order so they could actually be brought into the GNWT's digital information system. So I guess, what is the department doing to make sure that ECE, Health and Social Services, EIA, and I guess I'll talk to the Legislative Assembly about making sure they are ready and getting DIMS online? Sorry, I guess I just want to re-ask my first question. Do we have a timeline? I know we're trying. I know we're spending millions of dollars doing this every year, but it's been many years in the making. So when can we actually expect the GNWT to be on one information management system? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member did talk about when, in terms of there are some steps that we need to do that meet some of our key requirements in order to get everybody online. That's going to take time. I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if he's knows a little more information about some timelines and get everybody on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that, again, we can't pin down an exact timeline, but we are working. The Department of Infrastructure is working. We're providing project management support, training, help desk support, advisory services to support the approval and implementation of ORCs in these departments. I can't say exactly how long that will take, but we are redoubling our efforts to make sure that they can get that done. We're providing the training accordingly. So it's going to vary per department depending upon the volume of records that they have. That's all I can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recognize that this probably doesn't actually, the fault probably doesn't lie with the corporate information management section, in that, departments, some of our records are in a mess, and it was a lot of work to bring all of the records into one place for the departments we got there. Can I just get a commitment from the Minister to try and do their best to put together a timeline? I believe there was a timeline at one point when DIMS was first rolled out, and we've failed to meet it a couple times in a row now. So perhaps there's some hesitancy to actually put a date on this, but if possible, can the Minister come back with a date, or at least an assessment of what is the barrier to getting this work done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, I think that's a great idea. That would put a lot of pressure into some of the departments who still are not combined with our infrastructure information management system. So absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
No further questions. I will celebrate the day we're all on one information management system and all of our ARCs and ORCs are sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else who wants to ask questions under programs and services? Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm looking under the line item compliance and licensing. That's like a $3 million price tag. Can you explain what this line item entails? Merci.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam, there's a variance there of, it's actually a decrease, or no, sorry, there is a variance for increased operating O&M expenses for the monthly maintenance and support fees and increased travel in 2019 under compliance and licensing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Madam Chair. You mentioned maintenance in there. Can you tell me what you mean by maintenance in there? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to explain maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan?
Yeah, so thank you. What the member was, or minister, sorry, was referring to was the maintenance of our actual drive system. So this division, compliance and licensing, maintains the drives, which is our driver and vehicle licensing system, and we have to provide, I guess, maintenance fees to keep that up to date on an ongoing basis and move forward towards things like online services and whatnot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Merci for that. The other one I'm looking at is inspection services. We got $1.6 million. What type of inspection services are these? Because I'm also, okay, I'll just ask that question right now. Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to speak a little more about the programs for inspection services.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the types of inspections that division takes care of is inspections for electrical, boilers, gas pressure vessels, and elevators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. Merci for that answer. You're mentioning that it's electrical, boiler, gas, and electrical. That sounds very familiar because we do have those safety services within the GNWT, whether it's under infrastructure. Are these the people that you're actually using that's within government? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I heard that question. My earpiece was off, but I'm sure one of the staff, Assistant Deputy Minister Vandenberg, may have heard that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $1.6 million are the staff costs for GNWT staff and for the inspection department for the group. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho?
Okay, merci, Madam Chair, that we're using the GNWT, so we're paying back to the GNWT with that money. I also note down on the contract services. What does that entail, that amount there, $1.7 million?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that was asked by earlier, but I'm going to see if ADM Brennan can repeat that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ADM Brennan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a list about what that entails, but I can give the member some some of the items that it would include. It'll include, so for, where do I start? Air, Marine, and Safety, they have contracted work. They do work at airports. So some of the building work that happens at airports, upgrades and whatnot, that's contracted out. Compliance and licensing, they contract out the maintenance of their drive system. And basically, it's just various contracts throughout all the different divisions that add up to that 1.7 million. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Merci, Madam Chair. So most of your contracts for all those services, are they contractors based in the NWT, Northern Contractors? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the line item there for contract services in expenditure category, and I'm just going to I had it right here with me. Okay, so there you'll see a variance there of $6.2 million in some of the contracting services, and I just want to say that $4.4 million is absorbed within MTS deficit in order to stay within its authorized stabilization limits, and then the other two is Department absorbed fuel service division deficit in order to stay within its authorization stabilized limits. That's what the variance in the contract is, and I think, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. I got confused there because I see a line item of 1.7 million, and she's talking about $4 million here and there, so I'm just wondering. The contract services on page 248, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, red means decrease. So there is a decrease in previous years to now. I'll get ADM Brennan to speak a little bit more about the line item.
Thank you, Minister. Just, we only got black and white, so. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got the color. I got the good stuff. In terms of the $1.7 million contract services, we don't have the breakdown by Northern and Southern, but the majority of this work is for the airports, Air, Marine, and Safety, and most of that work happens in small communities where our 26 airports are located outside of Yellowknife. And unfortunately, we don't have the breakdown right now, but it is most of that money is spent in the north, but unfortunately, we just don't have that right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. Contract services, that's not for any specialized services or anything. Is it, what type of contract work does this entail? I think you may have answered that before, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we did answer that already, but if the member likes, we can get ADM Vandenberg to answer it again.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the most part, these are contracted services, and I believe ADM Brennan mentioned it. The airports, the majority of this money is spent with northern contractors or northern businesses.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what type of work that was entailed and that the small contractors can access. Anyways, I heard talk when I was working with infrastructure back in 2018-19 about MTS getting their own maintenance personnel. I wonder, my question is did that happen? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more detail about MTS. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg.
Madam Chair, yeah, in the interest of time, I will be brief on this one. With MTS, with the program, we are committed to hire through PSAC, the union. We're working with three bargaining units there, and MTS does, through the staffing contractor, bring on their own maintenance people, whether that be maintenance people for the shipyard, for the facilities, the mobile equipment, the vessels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Are there any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister just maybe clarify Air, Marine and Safety and the 4.309 million? What does that number encompass? What's the money used for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so the Air, Marine and Safety is responsible for some of the planning, monitoring, managing airport ferry infrastructure, which includes 5 ferry vessels, 4 ferry crossings, runways, and lighting at 26 airports. It also provides strategic direction to be able to optimize commercial development at airports, and is responsible for developing system-wide asset management, maintenance and operations standards, and administering the safety management system so we can comply with some of the federal legislation. Yeah, that's what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd just like to talk a bit about marine and the ferries. What we have here is, I think, an aging fleet. They're probably upwards of 40, 50 years old. And, you know, at some point we're probably just, you know, just patching them and giving them a little bit more life. So I would like to, I guess, ask if there's been any planning with respect to building new vessels or doing any really major retrofits to the ones that we have in the fleet right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member is right. I mean, he sees these aging infrastructure every day when he probably drives by the marine transportation service in Hay River. You know, we continuously look for federal funding to be able to get better improved tugs and better improved to comply with some of the Transportation Canada rules around, you know, what is required for some of our aging infrastructure. And to speak more specifically about this is ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more about where we're at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, that is correct. I mean, the vessels are aging. It's fair to say that they're used in fresh water, and so the hulls do have some life. We certainly have to comply with Transport Canada inspections every year, and the vessels have to be seaworthy in order to be able to operate. We have drawn upon federal funding, and we look to federal funding. We've re-engined a couple of vessels, spending some significant money on those ferries. However, and indeed, we need to look to the future to consider future capitalization of replacements when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of the concerns I have is that, you know, with the amount of ice that came down say, for instance, the Liard last fall, the integrity of the hulls of those ferries could very well be compromised, and you know, it resulted in the ferry there being stuck out in the ice, and it had to be rescued. So, you know, and I guess that's why I'm just wondering why, you know, or if we are going to look at upgrading them. Maybe upgrading the hulls, you know, to account for, you know, possible, you know, to running them longer during the fall and when there's ice out there, because, you know, really in reality that's it's a safety issue, and if there would have been, vehicles on that ferry when it did get away there and get stuck, there could be some real liability there for the government. So, is there anything that we're doing, I guess, to ensure that the safety of the passengers on those ferries are looked after? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely. This is something that, we need to look at. And I mentioned earlier about the stricter requirements from Transport Canada about having single-hulled barges, tugs versus double-hulled, and the amount it would cost to be able to look at that. And, even just looking at some of our ferries across the Northwest Territories and, the need to perhaps have a look at, every year we do a little bit of work, and I hear the members' concern about, what happened in one of the communities by Fort Simpson, and how we need to ensure that we have safety as the utmost respect for these tugs and our staff as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just previously we were talking about energy initiatives, so I wonder if there's any planning with respect to converting some of these ferries to electric, and with the diesel backup, because the amount of diesel I guess they go through, even though they're only running for part of the year, it may be something that is worth trying. So I would like to ask the Minister if that's being considered, and if not, why? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, there's a lot of work to be able to put some of these projects into play. But I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if that's something the department thought of in terms of how we to be able to efficiently do things better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Madam Chair, at this time, we haven't gone into it in great depth. We'd be prepared to look at that in future. However, certainly there could be possibility for federal funding for the right program for that type of application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Assistant Deputy Minister for that answer, because I think there's a real opportunity to try something, and to maybe have some cost savings on diesel fuel, and also meet some of the energy initiatives that we're trying to achieve for replacement of diesel. So that's more of a comment, I guess, and no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. I'll take it as a comment. Any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Seeing no further questions under Programs and Services, please turn to page 248. Infrastructure, Programs and Services, Operations Expenditures, Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $15,727,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 233. Is it 233 or 231? 231. Is it? 231, yeah. 231, okay. Infrastructure operations expenditures, total department 2021-2022 main estimates, $278,894,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Let's see, Madam Chair. I move that the committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Infrastructure at this time. Mr. Cho.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Infrastructure 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out of the chamber. Mr. Norn, what is the wish of committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 289-19, 2 main estimates 2021-2022, and would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife South. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 29-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 13, 12, 13, and 14, committee reports 8, 9, and 10, minister statement 77, table documents 165, 166, 167, 286, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.